And we are back. Bespoke. And welcome back to another edition of the Popular Thought Series right here on the old TPOT YouTube page. I'm your host, X, of course, but you knew that already. That's why y'all black asses are here. Um, got a bit of bad news for you folks. Y'all know my boy, Brother Supreme, was supposed to be doing a moderated discussion with the good mother tonight, but he just hit me up on my phone a few minutes ago, and he's got a family emergency. So more than likely we're going to have to reschedule this. I don't know if Good Mother is still going to come, being that Brother Supreme had to, because he's got a family emergency. And me and Brother Supreme, we talk about this all the time. Family always comes before any of this other BS. So yeah. So that's what's going on. Um, I guess we're gonna have to reschedule it or something because he literally just hit me up like, I don't know, like 10 minutes ago, literally, like right before I was getting ready to come on, he hit me up. So he's got something going on at the house. So yeah, that's uh that's what's happening. But just the same, um, y'all know before I start the show off, I always thank you good folks for your likes, your shares, your views, your subs, and of course, your hard earned pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters, and 50-cent pieces. Because I realize, man, you don't have to do it, man. You don't have to show up to these goddamn streams. You don't have to watch these videos. You don't have to sub. You don't have to like. And you definitely don't have to drop your hard earned coins on this platform. But you good folks choose to do so, man. Night after night, week after week, you are here when you can be anywhere. And I want you to know, man, I don't take you good folks lightly, man. I never have and I never will. You got my word on that. I'm humbled, I'm honored, I'm appreciative, man. And most importantly, I am thankful for all you good folks. And that goes for the good folks who hang out there and the good folks who hang out up in here. All right. All right. So I don't know what we're going to do. But what I can do is this. I guess I could get somebody to sub in for Brother Supreme if they want to. Um, I see a few brothers in here that will probably be up for the task. So just hit me on my email if you want to sub in for Brother Supreme if you want to. All right. Let me know. I mean, we will still do the Good Mother and Brother Supreme thing at some point, but if you want to sub in for Brother Supreme tonight, go ahead, hit me up on my email, and I guess we can still do something. All right. All right. So let me go ahead. Let me go ahead and take this banner down. But y'all know before we get started, I got to hit y'all with y'all favorite part of the stream, something we call the old mama of the day.
These old mamas.
Yes, time for the old mama of the day because we never freaking run out. We will never run out. We never will run out of these stories. But today's old mama comes from the Longhorn State of Texas. And it says here, mother arrested after allegedly starving her 6-year-old daughter to death, the report says. San Antonio, the mother of a 6-year-old girl, has been arrested after allegedly starving her daughter to death, authorities in Texas said. Stephanie Jimenez, 39, was charged with injury to a child by omission according to the arrest affidavit in the death of her daughter, Samantha Jimenez, in October 2021. The report notes that Stephanie called 911 and said that Samantha was vomiting after hitting her head sometime after dinner. She was pronounced dead at the scene. The officers noticed that Samantha was small and thin for her age compared to her other siblings. Now, mind you, she's got other kids now. But we continue. The medical examiner said that Samantha's cause of death was neglect and malnutrition. She was also suffering from dehydration, kidney infection, and pneumonia. Jesus, medley. Dehydration, malnutrition, kidney infection, and pneumonia. How does a kid have all of that and never get taken to the hospital? An ambulance never called. How does a kid have all of that? How? Investigators noted that Samantha was 8 days away from her seventh birthday, yet she weighed just 31 pounds. Samantha's hair was infested with lice, and she tested positive for COVID-19 as well as kidney failure. Wait a goddamn minute. The kid was malnourished, dehydrated, kidney infection, kidney failure, pneumonia, and COVID. How does a 7-year-old kid have all of that all at one time? How? And y'all wonder why I talk about these old mamas the way I do. Y'all wonder why. But we continue. According to the arrest report, Stephanie told the police she would lock herself in her bedroom and let her 6 children do whatever they wanted to do. She also said she didn't take Samantha to the doctor because she had no help. Her bail was set at $200,000. Now, let's just read this again because y'all may not have heard me in the nosebleed seats. This baby was malnourished, dehydrated. She had a kidney infection. She had pneumonia. She also had COVID, and she also had kidney failure. And her mother's reasoning for not taking her to the doctor was she had no help. Now, mind you, before that, she said she would lock herself in her bedroom and let her 6 children do whatever they wanted to do. Now, mind you, 6 children. This one dies of all kinds of problems. All kinds of problems. The officer said Samantha was small and thin for her age compared to her other siblings. She must have hated the father of that particular kid. Because y'all know that's a thing, right? The mother has vengeance against a particular father. She'll take it out on that baby. She'll take it out on that baby, man. That she will do. Goddamn shame, man. And on top of all of those other things that were going on with that baby, they also said that her hair was infested with lice. Lice eating the baby up. The baby's got a kidney infection, kidney failure, dehydration, pneumonia, and COVID all at once. That baby got enough stuff to kill any adult. And she said she just locked herself in her room and just let the kids do what they want. And meanwhile, this baby just laying there suffering till she died from all this shit. And the crazy thing is, when her ass get out of jail, y'all, you know what they're gonna try to do? They're gonna try to give her those fucking kids back. Because guess what? If the baby's head is full of lice, what about the other 5 kids? They probably full of lice and shit too. They probably got COVID too. Ain't no telling what's going on with them. The article doesn't mention it. Goddamn shame, boy. And y'all remember, because y'all know what I think of what they doing down there in Texas, because I told y'all about the Texas Department of Family Protection Services. I'm pretty sure this was a child that probably was under Commissioner Jamie Masters' watch. Because the last time we spoke about DFPS of Texas, 100 kids had died under her charge. So now we know at least 101 have died. Right? I think we may have to do a follow-up of Texas DFPS, y'all. Something's going on down in Texas, folks. But what we know is not going on, these so-called child protection service folks are not doing a fucking job down there. We know that's not going on. Well, I tell you, boy, unfucking believable. But that is our old mama of the day. And I can't believe they're just now arresting her. Like, they just arrested her, y'all, this is July 29th. So she, like, literally just got arrested like a month and some change ago from something she did in fucking October 21. What were they waiting for? What were they waiting for? The autopsy? They should have locked this old mama up the day they found that baby laying in there dead with lice and shit all over her and COVID and pneumonia and all this kind of nonsense. Unbelievable. But anyway, yeah, y'all, I don't know what y'all want to do. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and send the link to Good Mother because she's here. Check your email, Good Mother. Check your email. And I think we're going to talk about shitty moms, one of my favorite subjects. One of my favorite subjects. Brother Lawrence, what's good with it, brother? I see you up there, man. I see you up there. And I know y'all was looking forward to Brother Supreme being here, man, but he did have a family emergency. So, you know. And the Good Mother is here. Good Mother.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Hey, what's going on?
Nothing much.
So I guess we're going to spend the night talking about shitty moms.
That's a great idea.
Oh, absolutely. One of my favorite topics.
Yeah.
So let me ask you something.
Hmm.
because I just did a story like I do every night.
Yes.
Um, what do you think makes a woman neglect a child to the point where the child is infested with lice, the child has pneumonia, kidney failure, malnutrition, and COVID all at one time? Like, I just don't, I don't get it.
Hmm.
I
Well,
don't get it.
it sounds like you had a mother that actually cared about you, though. If you don't get it,
Okay.
so I mean that last lady that you shared, she had 6 kids, and you mentioned that she locked herself up in her bedroom and just neglected her children, right?
Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of mothers that do that. Um, and there's a lot of different reasons why they do it. But the government welfare system actually incentivizes women to have children as a source of income. They're providing income. So a lot of women will actually have children just so they can claim the benefits. Like my mother, for instance, had 4 children. And there were periods of time where she would lock herself away in her bedroom and like be on the internet and, just be completely disassociated from her family and just ignore them. But it was never all the time. There was like times where she was, super tyrannical and all over everything. And then there were some times where she would just ignore them. But I could see, I do understand why mothers do that. It's because they don't care about their children. So if they're using them as a utility and not actually being a mom, I think that's the fundamental thing for that. I know Crimson Cure,
Hmm.
she put out a video on I mean she directed it towards just black women, and she tried to explain why black women see black men as either the enemy or a utility. And she goes through the whole, I call it in an indoctrination process, but raised from a very early age to not value and see black men, either their brothers or uncles or whatever. They're raised to not see them as people. They're raised to see them as a utility or the enemy. So that kind of stuff. I mean, when you don't see a person as a person, I guess it's easy to just totally neglect their humanity, so to speak.
Yeah, because I mean, I do story after story after story after story after story.
Yep.
I have done some of the most horrific,
Yep.
the most brutal, the most graphic, I mean,
Yep.
the most heart wrenching stories
Yeah.
night after night. And you would think by now, as many of them as I have done,
Hmm.
I I would be numb to it, but I'm not. Um,
Right.
I'm not, because I mean, forget the mother. I mean, obviously, they got some type of mental thing going on.
Right.
Uh, but I think about the kids, right?
Yeah.
Because one thing about kids, they didn't ask to be here. All right.
Right.
They didn't ask to be here. So once they're here and you've elected to keep them,
Hmm.
I mean, at the very least, you can do the basics far as provisions, far as care, far as education. I mean, something, right?
Yeah.
But the stories that I do, it always appears as if, number one, they don't care about these kids. Number one, that's just what I think. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, maybe I'm wrong, but I think they don't care about these kids. I think they just treat these kids as accessories, as my man Big Nate always says. Shout out to brother Big Nate. These kids are basically accessories.
Yep.
They are like they're like this thing that they're just forced to deal with, and they deal with it however they see fit, not the
Right.
way. not the way they should deal with the child. Now, I'm a father and a grandfather.
Hmm.
I don't know what it's like to be a mother. All right. I
Right.
don't know what the hell women go through, when they're taking care of kids. I would never try to put myself in their place. But what I will say is if you're keeping the kid, you've elected to quote unquote have that kid in your charge,
Hmm.
especially nowadays. I mean, and I talk about this all the time. I mean, they got so many, just here where I am, they have so many avenues. If you don't want your baby, there are
Yep.
so many things you can do. I talk about this hospital that they just built not too far from where I live. Do you know they have three of those I keep forgetting what the hell they call, but they're like tele drawers where you can literally open it up,
Hmm.
put the infant in there, close it, ring the bell, and walk away, and nothing will happen to you. They'll just get the baby and I guess put the baby in foster care or adopt the baby out.
Yeah.
They won't try to find you. They have these big yellow safe space things all over the place
Hmm.
where you can leave the baby at the fire department. Wherever you see one of those big yellow things,
Hmm.
you can literally leave your baby and no one will bother you. You can
Yeah.
just leave the baby and walk on away. So it's like if you have elected to keep this child,
Hmm.
you're signing up to take care of this child, to provide for this child. I mean, not neglect this child or kill this child or I mean, because most of the stories that I bring you are women who have literally killed the kid.
Yep.
Forget neglecting the kid or leaving the kid home by themselves or not feeding them or beating them. They
Hmm.
literally murder the kids. And a lot of these kids, man, are 6 months old, a year old, 2 years old. And I think about how awful this child's life must be up until that point.
Hmm.
Because if you're willing to kill the baby, there's no limits to what you're doing to that kid up until the time you finally kill them.
Right.
You're willing to kill the kid. What else are you doing to the kid? Are you waterboarding the kid? Are you burning the kid with an iron? Are you beating the kid to a bloody pulp? Are you? I mean,
Yep.
the sky's the limit because I find it hard to believe, and I've gotten some resistance on this, believe it or not. I find it hard to believe that you tuck your babies in Friday night, read them a bedtime story, and wake up Saturday morning and shoot them or drown them
Right.
or suffocate them or throw them in the river or poison them or I mean, what leads up to that? I mean, I just don't think it's just she just snapped Saturday morning and killed the babies. I just don't believe that.
Yeah.
I
Me
just
neither.
don't believe it. I don't. And people often ask me, why do I talk about this the way that I do? Now, of course, I've been accused of so many things. Oh, X, you hate your
What?
mother. You hate your mother. You
Right.
hate black mothers and all this kind of stuff.
Right.
But my mother wasn't perfect, but my mother never did none of the crap that I see.
Right.
Never. I mean, my mother had her issues, okay? But she never abused us. She never neglected us. She never starved us. She never did any of that. Now, mind you, my parents were married for 50 some odd years when my dad died. So
Mm.
I grew up with my mother and my father.
Yeah.
And that may have been it. The fact that my father was there. I'm a true believer that your father doesn't just protect you from the pervert down the road, the boogeyman in the closet, the monster under the bed. He also protects you from your old mammy as well. So your mother has to live within certain guidelines if there's a man in the house, as far as the kids are concerned.
Mm.
All right. She's got certain guidelines she's got to follow. You know, she ain't gonna be cracking you across the head with the broomstick if
Mm.
the old man is on the premises. I mean, it doesn't fly.
Yeah,
But
but Xavier, as soon as he goes to work, she very well could.
uh well, I when I grew up, when I was growing up, right,
Hmm.
my mother left a lot of the scolding. I mean, she would yell at you and stuff like that, but I
Yeah.
mean, when it came to the real discipline, it went to my father. I mean, my father was like a freaking silverback gorilla. So,
Right.
you didn't want to piss the old man off. All
Right.
right. I mean, he was like, I'm telling you, he's like a silverback.
Yeah.
So you knew that you were treading on thin ice, if you screwed around. And my father took it personally if you disrespected his girl, because that's what he would tell you. He
Right.
would tell you, you disrespected my girl.
Hmm.
Yeah, he'd tell you that in a minute. So my mother wasn't the type of mother who, would crack you across the head and all sort kind of stuff. But I knew people who went through it. I grew up with kids who would come out to play, man, with burn marks and
Hmm.
belt buckle marks and getting beatings with car antennas. And I mean, I knew kids who went through it. I saw it. I saw kids come to school who were obviously abused.
Hmm.
I also saw how school staff did nothing.
Right.
And and I think I feel a little guilty, and I'll admit it, that I feel a little guilty that because when we were younger, say 7, 8, 9 years old, there was a group of kids who hung out and we played ball and rode bikes together, and we would see these kids, man, with webs on them and belt buckle marks and burns, and and we would laugh at it. I mean, we
Right.
would, oh man, you got tore up last night, ha ha ha. It was
Right.
a joke.
Right.
And we never thought to, I don't know, call the police or tell our parents about it, or we never thought to do anything like that. So I think what it is with me is guilt. I
Mm.
think I'm trying to fix my own guilt from when
Mm.
I was a kid. That's what I think I'm doing. Um,
That's very admirable, Xavier.
yeah, because I look back on it as I got to be an adult.
Hmm.
I look back on that stuff, and a lot of those kids I lost touch with, um, because we moved out of that neighborhood.
Hmm.
We moved away from there. We moved to another part of town, and a lot of those kids, man, I never saw again.
Yeah.
All right. Never saw again, never saw in school, never saw, a few of them I saw, as we got older, but the majority of those kids that were getting abused, I never saw them again. And I
Right.
always wondered what happened to them.
Right.
Were they killed?
Right.
Did their mom eventually murder them? Did she, you know, I, and it always bothered me.
Yeah.
It always bothered me because when I get up here and I tell these stories, man, what a lot of people don't understand is that a lot of this stuff I'm not making up. A lot
Right.
of this stuff I talk about, I literally seen with my own eyes
Yep.
coming up. All right. Why you think I can describe it in such detail?
Right.
Because I've seen it. I
Yeah.
saw it as a kid. I saw these kids, man, be left home. There was and I've told this story before. There were two brothers, right,
Mhm.
who lived on our block. And their mom would leave them home by themselves like the whole weekend.
Mhm.
And they would come and stay at our house. And, I never understood my parents either because my parents never told the authorities that these women were doing this.
Right.
They never told the authorities, but what they would do is they would allow the boys, because I would be at their house and I'd be like, "Where's your mom?" Like, "Oh, she's gone." And they would come and they would stay at our house. Friday, Saturday, and we would see their mom, right?
Yeah.
We would see their mom come back, and usually she would come back with some man,
Right.
and it would be hours before this woman came looking for these boys. Now, mind you, she's left them home by themselves.
Right.
She would come back 2 days later, 3 days later. And when she came back, it's not like she came back looking for the boys.
Yeah.
She wouldn't look for them for hours after that. So I can just imagine what their lives were like inside of that house. I mean,
Yeah.
when you're a kid, you don't think about that stuff. You don't.
Right. Right. You think about yourself. It's hard. It's hard for children to think outside themselves and put themselves in other people's shoes. Really.
Yes, because we just thought it was great that, they would come, they would stay at our house, we'd had playmates and, they would eat
Yeah.
there and bathe there and, stuff like that. There were a few other kids when we were growing up, and we used to go and play with these kids because back then it was nothing for you when you're 7 and 8 years old to walk a mile. You could
Right.
walk a mile. Me and my little sister, we would walk like a mile to this other part of town. It was right past the school, and they called it the bottom. And in that little cul-de-sac, there was just a bunch of people, and I mean, they were dirt, dirt poor.
Mhm.
They lived in like 10 shack houses. There was no running water.
Yeah.
All right. There was no running water. Everybody in that little, because there was like, I don't know, maybe 15 houses in it was like the shape of a U. And I remember the families used to come out there and literally get water from a well that was in
Hmm.
the middle of all of those houses. I remember that clearly. But see, we weren't raised to be judgmental about people, because even though these kids were poor and they were dirty and their feet would be hanging out their sneakers and stuff like that, we
Hmm.
still went there and played ball with them and
Right.
played hide and seek with them. And what me and my little sister would do is we would steal food out of the house, right? We
Yeah.
would take like cans of beans and corn and tuna fish and stuff like that. We would
Yeah.
steal it out of the cabinet and take it with us when we went to give it to a couple of our friends that we were close with.
Yeah.
And one time, me and my little sister, we got caught stealing food by my old man.
Uh
And he
oh.
was like, what the hell are you kids doing?
Yeah.
And we told him, we was like, they're our friends, they're poor,
Yeah.
we take them food. And my dad was like, let me tell y'all a secret. I knew y'all was taking that damn food over there.
Right. Yeah.
He said, you think I don't know what I buy in this house?
Right.
He said, I tell you what. He said, stop stealing the food. He said, what we can do, he said, I'll take you guys, and you guys can go to the store and we'll buy them something, and I'll drive y'all over there and we'll give it to them. And after that, every other week, our
Hmm.
dad would come with us, and we would come with him, and we would go to the store, and he would buy 2 and 3 bags of like food and give it to our friends' family.
Yeah.
So we actually got our dad.
Yeah.
We actually got our dad to participate in looking out for our poor friends.
Yeah.
So, and he did that like all the way up until the time we moved away from that neighborhood. So I remember that stuff vividly.
Yeah.
I remember that stuff from when I was a kid. And a lot of those kids over there, you would be over there playing, good mother, and you would see these kids getting beat,
Hmm.
right? Me and my little sister used to go over there, and you would see these kids getting, I mean, beat. I'm beat like nobody's business,
Yeah.
like animals. All right. You would see them getting thrown. You would see their mothers grabbing them, by the scruff of their neck and throwing them on the ground. And I
Right.
mean, I saw this kind of stuff. And back then you didn't say anything. You shut your mouth. You were a
Right.
kid.
Right.
You shut your mouth. And I say again, I never really had the full grasp of it until I got to be older.
Yeah.
Because see, I saw it so much that I thought it was normal.
Yeah.
I thought it was normal. And you talking about shitty moms.
Oh
It was
yeah.
a lot, it was a lot of them over there.
Yeah.
Okay. It was a lot of them. Now, our friend's mom, she wasn't that bad. I never saw her like, beating on our friends or nothing like that. I never saw that.
Yeah.
But you saw a lot of it in that little, and it was like a little ran down neighborhood. I mean, it was like the black folks version of the trailer park. I mean, and all the kids over there were poor. All the kids over there, had like ragtag clothes when they came to school. They had holy sneakers, and crusty faces, and you
Yep.
know.
Yeah.
But mom always had a fresh wig. Mom's
Right.
wig was
Right.
always fresh.
Mm-hmm.
Mom didn't
Nails.
dress that way.
Yeah.
Mom didn't look that way.
Yeah.
And like I said, back then you were a kid, so you didn't understand. I start to
Yep.
understand it as I got older that, you know, you would see these women out on the town when you were out with your old man, and these women would be dressed up, because back then women didn't wear weaves like they do now. Back then, they had like wigs, and they would have on a nice wig and a nice dress and a nice shoes. But when we
Right.
went over there to play with our friends, all those kids were dirty,
Yep.
they were dusty, they had holy sneakers, they had
Yep.
their clothes looked like they hadn't been laundered forever and ever. They would be left there alone to get water out of this damn well. And it's just crazy. And like I said, I think it has a lot to do with my own damn guilt for
Yeah.
not
Well,
ever saying anything. And like I said, I wonder what happened to a lot of those kids, because I wonder if some of them were eventually killed by
yeah.
their mothers.
Yeah. Well, I think just statistically, a lot of those kids end up running away, and that they'll like go on the streets and start doing terrible and illegal things and get into drugs. And I think most of them eventually end up killing themselves
Mm,
with their terrible life choices. I mean,
yeah.
whether it's, I mean, the outcome's the same, right? It's still a death due to abuse and neglect. That's kind of how I look at it. Whether it's literally the mom physically killing the child or the mom driving the child to kill themselves, to me, there's not a big difference there because the outcome's kind of the same. But
Yeah.
what do you do? Okay, so when you saw that as a child, there's really not a lot you can do as a child, right? I mean, and you didn't really talk about that kind of stuff with parents, and I guess there's really no like community intervention, because
Yeah.
something that I've been thinking about a lot is like why community members aren't holding other community members accountable. I mean, especially with moms. I mean, it's no secret that we have really shitty moms in our society today, but for some reason it's stigmatized. Like you're not supposed to criticize mothering. Mothers get away with murder. And you're still supposed to pedestalize them and treat them as if they are like amazing when they're not. They still get all the society benefit and reward for being good parents without actually having to do the work. So, and I know that's where the child protective services comes in, but I think CPS as a whole is just bad. You try to have government regulate what society should be doing to hold each other accountable, I think is a big failure in our country.
Oh yeah. Because I've talked about these so-called CPS organizations too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, I know and I was speaking on it earlier. I was talking about Texas
Yeah.
DFPS. A lot of kids have died that were quote unquote under the, I guess you call it, supervision
Right.
of the Texas DFPS, and they have uh, they have a bad reputation down there, and you got this lady who's the commissioner down there. Her name is Jamie Masters. Remember that name, people. Jamie Masters is her name,
Let me look her up.
and she often gets up and talks about how "Oh, I think I'm failing the children." No, lady, you are. What comes to mind
Mhm.
is because brother Nick Taylor's in Texas, and him and I were together doing a show that night, and they have this place down there that's allegedly for girls, I guess girls and boys, to protect them from being sex trafficked. They get these kids who have been sex trafficked, and they find them and they take them from their sex traffickers, arrest the sex traffickers and bring the children into this place that's especially for children who have been sex trafficked. Come to find out, the Texas DFPS, you got workers inside of that particular place, because it's not like these kids are home with their parents. They're literally in this quote unquote center where they're staying. And you
Right.
got employees who are allegedly taking naked pictures of the children
Right.
for exchanging drugs for naked
Yeah.
pictures of the children, and
Yeah.
putting pictures on the internet or selling them or whatever the hell they're doing with them. And it's the craziest of thing, because the children are supposed to be there to be protected from
Yep.
being sex trafficked, and the workers inside the damn center are sex trafficking them.
Yep. Yep. Well, in how much you want to bet that all those workers inside this center have university degrees, and they they get indoctrinated at the university level into really perverted and sick mentalities. It's really messed up.
Well, my thing is, you know, especially when you're talking about quote unquote mothering.
Hmm.
People always say, women are more nurturing, they're softer. They're the softer side
They're
of humanity and
they're
all this
supposed to
kind of
be.
foolishness.
Yeah.
And some of the most brutal children's crimes that I've seen.
Yep.
I mean, I've did stories where women have literally hacked their children into pieces, put them in stoves and turned
Yep.
it on,
Yep.
put them in microwaves. And I mean,
Hmm.
it's confusing to me, because you have people will say, "Oh, well, that's your mother. She had you."
Hmm.
Yes, she did. All the more reason for her not to chop my head off.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you get these people who say, "Well, obviously, your mother loved you, because if she didn't love you, she
See.
would she wouldn't have
Yeah.
had you."
Right. And that's where the flaw in the reasoning comes in, I think, because I heard that a lot growing up. Now, I knew from a very early age that my mom did not love her children. Like, she had children to use them as tools and for a paycheck, and that was it. And she was awful. But I mean, she would literally say how much she hated us, like to our face. And meanwhile, society, family members, community members, they would always make excuses for her. Oh, well, yeah, she's doing this thing, but she really loves you. I think for normal people, they just assume that that's true because it should be true, right?
Yeah.
But there are a lot of cases where the mother doesn't care, and that's not true. And to have everybody else reinforce a lie really screws up the children.
Yeah, because I don't believe there's a quote unquote standard for parenting
Right.
when it comes to mothers. I
Right.
mean, a mother can mother you however she wants, and people don't care. Now,
Right.
as a father, you are expected to do X, Y, and Z at X, Y, and Z time and X, Y, and Z way.
Yep.
But when it comes to mothers, it's static.
Yep.
Your mother can do whatever that she wants.
Yep.
She can do whatever she wants to you.
Yep.
She can treat you any kind of way. Beat the hell out of you. She can even take you and drop your ass off at your grandmother's house and not come back for 10 years if she
Mm.
wants to. Yeah,
Yeah.
if she wants to do that, she can just leave your grandma's house and move to the other side of the country
Yep.
and not see you for 10 years. And
Yep.
people will say, oh, that's still your mother. And see,
Right.
we as our mother's children, as bad as she treats us,
Yep.
if we ever get rich, we will still buy her ass a house.
Mm. Yeah. Well, because
Uh,
the guilt, the guilt that was indoctrinated into y'all. Like,
yes,
yeah.
yes. We'll still buy her a house, buy her a Mercedes.
Right. Right.
You mess around and get rich. Mom getting a Mercedes and a
Right.
house, even though she treated us like crap.
Yep.
I mean, it's just crazy because your old man will never get that kind of deference.
Right.
If your old
Right.
man miss one football game,
Right.
you'll never speak to him for the rest of your life.
Yeah. Yeah.
If if your old man stop you from hanging out with your dumbass friends, you'll tell him you hate him.
Right.
But mom can
Hmm.
run your ass over with a car.
Right.
And you'll be walking, stumbling to her with half your head, still talking about mama.
Yeah.
She done ran your ass over, you half your head hanging off.
Yep.
You're still reaching for mama. But if your dad says, hey boy, you ain't going out this weekend, you will hate him for the next 5 years.
Right. But who said that was okay? See, when I look at our society like that, I see a disproportionate responsibility put on men. It's like, you know how women have a responsibility and men have a responsibility. And two parents, there should be the dad's responsibility and the mother's responsibility. It's like to just do your damn job as a parent, right? It's almost like as a society, we've taken all the responsibility away from the mother and then still put it on the father. So they get all the benefits, and the men of our society get all the punishments.
Yeah,
Like it just seems
yeah.
disproportionate, big time.
Because see, when it comes to fathering,
Hmm.
and I speak as a father, no matter you can have 10,000 attaboys.
Right,
One old shit cancels all those 10,000 attaboys away.
right, right,
But your mom is the exact opposite. She could
right.
have 10,000 old shits
Yeah,
and one attagirl,
yeah,
all is forgiven.
right.
All is forgiven.
Yeah, yeah. But who decides that ultimately? Like, I think as a collective, as a society, the people that allow this stuff are more responsible for it continuing. Like, I don't know. I always tend to blame enablers even more. Like people that you know damn well are responsible, but they're allowing some fuck shit to go on. But at least they're not doing it, so they don't feel bad about it. But they're
Hmm.
also not intervening when they
Yeah,
know they should. Like I blame those people more because at least those people, to me, I'm like they know better.
yeah.
Like this idiot over here might not know better, really, which I fail to believe that. Like these people fucking know better. They just push boundaries and get away with stuff because they can. But the people that damn well know better, I put more responsibility on them. Because like you know better, you're doing better. Why do you allow this person not to?
Well, I think that when it comes to society, I
Mhm.
think women are automatically given the benefit of the doubt no matter what it is. They're definitely going to get the benefit of the doubt when it comes to parenting. No matter
Yep.
how no matter how bad the parenting is, it's assumed that she's giving it her best shot, even if she's
Mm.
not.
Right.
It's
Right.
assumed that she's doing, the best she could, even though she's screwing up and
Yeah.
beating the crap out of you and, starving you and leaving you
Right.
home alone and,
Right.
doing all this kind of stuff. It's still assumed that she's doing the best she possibly can
Mm-hmm.
simply because she's your mother. Simply because she's your mother.
Right. But who started that? Like, because we have these things that we hear in our society, right? These things that we hear. What do you call them? Like soliloquies or whatever.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
You hear these things, and they're puppeted. They're repeated, but it's like it might not fit this specific situation. But where did it come from? Like, oh, she's doing her best. That's very normal. That's been normalized speech, right? And
Mhm.
it's like kind of like an abdication of responsibility, but at the same time, maybe one time way over here, like decades ago, this woman was doing her best and it just traveled. And so, like, now the majority is seen as doing their best when they're actually not, but they get away with using that as an excuse.
Yeah.
See, that
And
seems social justicey to me.
yeah,
Like taking
absolutely.
taking the minority of stuff and then making it the majority.
And one thing I've discovered
Yeah.
is that, doing this stuff, and people have said that, I always talk about black mothers and all this kind of stuff, which is a fucking lie.
No.
Yeah, yeah, it's a fucking lie. We
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
know it. All you gotta do is look at my shit. That's a fucking
Yeah.
lie.
Yeah.
But
You're an equal opportunity criticizer.
oh, absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. I do white mamas, black mamas,
Yeah.
Asian mamas. I do mamas from overseas. I've done mamas from
Yep.
India, Nigeria, you name it. So they're just fucking talking. All
Yeah.
right, they just talking. But one thing I've figured out is that this kind of shit doesn't really know a color. Um,
Right.
there's no color when it comes to these old mamas. There is no
Yeah.
color. That's why I do all colors, all
Yeah.
races, all fucking ethnicities, all
Yeah.
told you all over the world.
Yeah.
I did a woman from India, I think it was like maybe 5 or 6 weeks ago. She had 6 children. She threw every fucking kid in like this fucking well,
Yeah.
one at a time.
Yeah.
And I guess she was about to jump in there too. And the people in the Indian village were able to get her and stop her, right?
Yeah.
They were about to get her and stop her. They got her and she was about to kill herself. And that's another thing that I
Yeah.
often talk about is that they're always successful in
Mhm.
killing the kids, but somehow they're unsuccessful with killing themselves
Mhm.
because you have these women that kill these kids, and then when they catch them, they got like some bruise on their neck where they were going to kill themselves, or
Mhm.
they've got stabs on their arm where they were going to cut their wrists. It's like
Mhm.
they always fail
Yeah.
at killing themselves, but killing the kids is always a success.
Right. It's because they're cowards. I think any woman who would even kill their children are cowards. So.
Why not just kill yourself? Why do the kids have to die because you allegedly want to kill yourself? Obviously, you want to kill yourself, or at least you're feigning it
Yeah.
at best.
Yeah.
Just kill yourself. I
Yeah.
mean, why
Right. Yeah.
why kill the babies? Take the babies, drive them to their father house, and be like, "I'll be back," and just don't come back. Just
Right. See.
just find a skyscraper and jump on
Yeah.
off of it.
Yeah. That sounds like the more honorable thing to do. But a lot of these situations, when these women kill their children, they're actually again using them as a tool, as a utility and they're trying to punish the dad. Like I read this article last year, I think it was, this mother in California, like the dad was about to get custody of the kids, and before he could do it, she stabbed 3 of her children and then drowned them just so he couldn't have them.
Oh yeah, I've done plenty of
Like,
those stories. I've
yeah,
done plenty of those stories where, the dad won 50-50, or,
yep,
he got full custody and she was supposed to turn the kids over, but
yep,
instead of turning the kids over, she suffocates them.
yep,
She burns them.
yeah,
She stabs them in the throat and buries them in the basement. Like,
right,
uh, I don't think anything is more selfish
yep,
than that, because you would rather the kids be dead
yep.
than be with their father.
Yes. And what do you think that does on a broader societal level when you have men dealing with crazy bitches like that? Having that in the back of their mind, like they want to go for custody, but what if? What if they win? What if they think that they're going to get something, get to parent their children, and then the ex goes crazy and fucking kills? I mean, wouldn't you think the man in that situation would feel somewhat responsible for that? I mean, because ultimately he's the reason she fucking did it, right?
Well, yes and no. I mean,
Yeah.
because if she's the type of woman that will kill the babies, she's
Hmm.
already a demented soul
Yeah.
from Jump Street. I mean, if
Yeah.
she's somebody who is willing to kill the kids simply because the father won 50-50, or full custody or whatever, she's obviously a demented soul.
Right.
Um, Him winning may have triggered something inside this woman.
Competition.
Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, there's that. Um, I just don't believe that if a woman kills the kids simply for reasons having to do with their father,
Hmm.
to me that's an indication that she's had some type of gripe with the father from the get-go.
Yes.
Um, oh, he's getting custody of the kids, so I'm going to kill them.
Yeah.
So he doesn't. She is dead set on this man not having anything to do with these children.
Right. 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 And a lot
Uh,
of times these women are like, you're not getting them. Like they plant those seeds ahead of time. I mean, and
yes.
they prove through their actions that they're willing to do pretty much anything to keep those kids away from the dad.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. They've already
So
decided that they will see the kids dead first.
yeah,
Soon as they get served with that subpoena, they've
yeah,
already made it up in their mind that I would rather see these kids dead
yeah.
than with you. And to me, that is totally insane.
It is
Um,
insane. It is.
that's totally insane, because what you're saying is that if I can't have the kids are better off dead. They're better off dead than to
Right.
be with their biological father, which to me is just totally absurd. And you got to think about what kind of women these are in Jump Street, right? Because
Yes.
uh, take it from a person who fought for custody. Okay, I went through this like 20 some odd years ago. The mother has to be like on crack, uh,
Right.
uh, 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 almost insane.
Mm.
The social workers have to walk in, and this lady got the kids running around on fire, literally.
Yeah.
For the man to get like full custody, I mean, there's got to be a lot of shit wrong with this woman. All
Yep.
right, there's got to be a lot of shit wrong with it, because they don't just give you custody like that. They just don't. All right,
Right.
as men, we have to fight hard as hell
Yeah.
to get custody. All
Yeah.
right.
You know
And
why?
as hard as we fight, that if she's not half insane and on crack and
Yep.
leaving the kids alone and beating them to death and all that kind of stuff, you
Yep.
still you will not get those kids. The best you can hope for is 50-50.
Right.
The best you could hope for, the best case scenario.
Hmm.
All right. So if a dude gets custody, usually it's because she's somewhat of a shitty mother.
Right. Or she gave it up,
Yeah.
which going back to the beginning when you were talking about why won't these women just put the baby in the little chute and just send it on
Yes.
its way, it's because they're giving up a sure thing. They're giving up an income or a means to acquire resources.
Yes.
So
Yes.
yeah, I mean that there's very few women that are actually really screwed up that are like, okay, I think the dad would be a better thing. Like maybe if the parents aren't together, maybe I'll be reasonable enough to know because I'm so fucked up that the kid's better off with the dad. And she does that willingly. That almost never happens. Like when these crazy bitches are crazy, they don't think about stuff like that.
Yeah.
So it should be up to society and the law to make sure that that child is in the best situation. Like have you heard of the Duluth model?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. This is why it's seen on a societal level that, the kid's better off with the mother.
Yes.
And this is some feminist bullshit, Xavier.
Yeah, and it's the whole tender years doctrine and all this so kind of
Yeah.
foolishness. Like, man, come on. You
Yeah.
can't tell me that a kid is better off with a mother who neglects them, beats
And abuse
them,
them. Yep.
can barely provide for them simply because she's a mother. That's bullshit. That is bullshit.
Right.
All right, that's bullshit. Just because she a mother, if she's a shitty mother, the kids are not better off there.
Right. Yeah. So you went through the custody thing 20 years
Yes,
ago. Okay.
yes,
Was it
yes.
was it really expensive?
Absolutely, it was.
Yeah. So were there any funds to help you pay for that like there are for women to help them with
Absolutely,
their legal fees?
absolutely not. Missing
Right.
days of work, all kinds of stuff, all
Right.
kinds of stuff. I mean, it shit. It wasn't easy. It
Yeah.
wasn't easy, and that she was a screw up.
Yeah.
All right. She was a screw up. And it still was not easy. And it never is. I mean, I know many brothers that have custody of their kids.
Yeah.
Brother Big Nate comes to mind. My brother Jay Shine comes to mind.
Yeah.
Um, you know, raise their kids,
Yeah.
from tiny tots, because y- when you're a man, you want what's best for your kid.
Right.
And if the mother's a screw up, you kind of know it right off top. So you do what you need to do to try to get the kid because deep down in your mind, you're the better parent.
Right.
You're not going to be doing the crap, that she's doing. And 9 times out of 10, the man is better off financially. I mean, when I went for custody for my daughter, I mean, I had a really, really good job, really, really good benefits, my own place. And man, they made me jump through so many goddamn hoops. They called my
Right.
job. They came to my
Right.
house. They walked around. They looked in the refrigerator. They made sure I had a place for the kids to sleep.
Right.
Just all kinds of foolishness.
Yeah.
Stuff that they will not. Because when a woman has a baby in the hospital, she could be living behind the hospital in a tent. No, no one's coming back to that tent to make sure there's food back there. No
Right.
one's coming in the woods behind the hospital to see if the baby has diapers or a warm blanket or whether or not she's feeding the kid grass. She
Right.
just walks out of that hospital with that newborn baby and nothing. No one goes to her house. No one makes sure the kid is eating. No one makes sure the kid has a warm place to sleep. Nothing. But you, as a man, if you're trying to get custody of your kids, Boy, they want to come and check the house. They want to call your job. They want to make sure you got health insurance. I mean, and this is shit I went through. I mean, I don't mean to get anecdotal on y'all, but
Oh, it's
this is what
important.
I this is what I went through. They wanted
Yeah.
to make sure I had health insurance. I mean, they called my job. They asked my boss, "Oh, is he? What kind of employee is he? Does he want to get fired anytime soon?" That
Right.
kind of crap.
Right.
All right. They're at the house. They want to make sure the kid has a bed, make sure the kid has clothes, make sure there's food in the refrigerator, all this kind of crap. They're in there literally flipping light switches. I mean, they probably don't do that now. You're talking
Yeah.
22 years ago, but
Yeah.
they were flipping light switches, making sure the toilet flushed. And I'm in there like, the only reason why I didn't slap this woman while she was walking around in my house is
Yeah.
because, I'm fighting for custody. But
Right.
she's
Right.
literally walking around flipping light switches in the house, like
Yeah.
making sure the lights work and flushing the toilet. And what
Yeah.
the hell?
So, question X. Did what was her demeanor like when she was there? Did she seem a bit authoritarian-ish, or did she seem like she actually cared?
She seemed like she was looking for any little thing to keep me from winning.
Yeah.
Um, because when you get in a fight like this, they kind of quote unquote investigate,
Yeah.
both sides. And like I said, I mean, at the time, I mean, I was a younger guy, but shit, I had a really, really good job,
Yeah.
very good benefits, all that stuff. I had life insurance through my job and
Yeah.
all kinds of shit. I was working for a Fortune 500 company.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I was straight, as far as that. Um, but they come in and they do all this rigmarole. They ask you, "Oh, what kind of neighborhood is this?" And all this kind of stuff. What kind of school would they be going to?
Yeah.
Uh, how's things going at work? Are you going to put them on your medical plan? All that kind of stuff. You're going through and shit. And like I said, they don't ask the mother any of that. When she has the
Right.
baby, she just walks out of the hospital, right? They don't make
Hmm.
sure she has health insurance or food or life insurance. Like I said, the mother can live in a tent
Right.
behind the hospital in the woods, and no
Yeah.
one's never coming back there to check on that kid, to make sure the kid's not eating leaves or insects, or whether or not she's feeding the newborn baby a tree sap. No,
Right.
no one's coming to check
Right.
that.
Right. Well, they just assume because mothers are supposed to be the nurturing
Oh,
of the
absolutely.
sex. Yeah.
we
Yeah.
we already know mom's got a house and diapers and
Yeah.
milk and food and a bed and a
Well,
flushing toilet and
well,
running water.
she better because the state's given her money to obtain such things, right? It's just assumed you get these funds, you use these funds, you're not supposed to sell the food stamps to go get your nails done as a welfare
Mm,
mom, are you? I know that
mm,
is very prevalent.
mm.
Like
Yeah.
like some of these welfare moms, man, they'll be fat, they'll
Mm,
have their damn nails done.
mm.
They'll have, like you said earlier, like how the mom had her nice wig and the kids were dirty, and
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
she'll be looking put together, but the kids will be hungry.
Yeah.
It's like that's not supposed to happen, and I don't think when this whole system was originally designed, they expected that to happen, but it does. That's why
Yes.
I want to cut all these, I call them bastard factory welfare programs, because they incentivize single motherhood. So
Yes. I agree.
if we cut those, because I remember growing up, my mom she was one of those. Her nails were always done. She always had her cigarettes and her Coca-Cola. Like there could be
Mm.
no food in the house, but she had her things, right? And I always
Oh, wait a minute.
wondered,
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
yeah,
You're trying to tell me
yeah,
that you were raised by one of these
Yeah.
old mamas.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes. And guess what? Going back to the topic of the stream, white people do it too. Yeah.
Mm,
Multi-generational government dependency is a white people thing too.
mm,
But I think they get away with this shit because there's no accountability. Like I always wondered if my mom had to like go to the church and be like, "Can I have some money for the power bill?" She's like looking a person in the eye and she's begging for it, right?
mhm.
She's not automatically getting a check where nobody really follows up. So she can pretty much do whatever in the hell she wants with it.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
that that's why yeah. Government putting the government in charge of taking care of people, I don't think was a good idea for our country.
I don't think so either because you're at times, I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean,
Yeah.
wherever there's something like that, there's always going to be people who manipulate it and use it the wrong way, right?
Yep.
And and you know, I'll never be one to say that everybody does that, but way too many people do it.
Most people,
All
I
right.
think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Way too many people do it. And who ends up suffering the most is the kids, man. I
Yep.
mean, that's what it all comes down to. I mean, when you got these shitty ass mothers, man, you
Yep.
know, it doesn't matter what color they are, the black, white, blue, green, yellow with pink polka dots. I mean,
Yep.
at the end of it all, it's the kids that end up suffering in the
Yeah.
long run when you
Yeah.
got these women who put everything in front of these children. They still chasing men, they still trying to hang out, you know, they still trying to do all this foolishness. And the kids are suffering because what they've done is they've had these children, but they're still living their lives as if they don't have the children. I think
Right.
that's part of the problem when, because you know, once you have a kid, you know, some things supposed to change. You
Yes.
know, you're not supposed to still be in the club the Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You're not
Right.
still supposed to be freaking kids gotta live in a house where you traipsing men back and forth in and out of it. I mean that because there's certain things that kids shouldn't be exposed to, right?
Yep.
And what often happens is because these children are being exposed to things that they shouldn't be, it leaves them exposed to other things. That's why kids end up touched and molested and all this kind of crap.
Right.
Why? Because
Right.
they're being exposed, you know, to other men. Strange men are walking in and out the house, and you know, and
Hmm.
these men, they don't give a damn about these kids. They're
Right.
not theirs.
Right.
They're not
Right.
theirs. So they don't care about these kids, man. They don't, you know, and the mother, she's more concerned with what she wants to do
Yep.
than the children's well-being.
Yep.
She has put her own selfish needs and wants
Yep.
in front of the children's well-being.
Yep. Yeah. But that shit is rewarded in our society.
Yes.
So
Yes.
yeah, kids growing up that way. I mean, it's very few people that actually get out of that cycle, that break the cycle. Like my sister, she is pretty much a smaller version of my mother. She did the same damn thing. Two different baby daddies, welfare, lives with my stepdad still, I think. Like she's 18 months younger than me.
Wow.
And she followed in my mom's footsteps. So I mean the kids in those situations are going to learn like, okay, you know, do I continue doing this and perpetuating this bullshit, or do I, you know, get out of it, do something else? So yeah, it's bad in our society, Xavier.
Yes, it is, man. And it's
We
and
reward idiocy and mental illness, and we punish people that actually speak the truth and have
oh yeah.
courage. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I know. But shout out to brother Sage Highwayman with the 499 super chat. He said, for the show, keep up the good work, Uncle X. I appreciate that, brother Sage. You know, when you drop coins on this platform, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. Appreciate that, brother Sage. Yeah, I mean, the reason why I talk about this, well, I talk about it for many reasons, but I talk about it a lot because no one else really does.
I know, and that's
No one else,
why
no one
I
else really does.
I appreciate your platform so much. Like you're one of the few channels that unapologetically goes at these toxic women. I mean, I think you understand something that MGTOW understands, that female nature is universal. That's why you
Yes,
do the pieces
yes,
on all the women. You don't
yes.
exclude any. You don't pedestalize any
Nope,
women, maybe because of a skin color or a political pseudo virtue signal. But
nope.
yeah,
That
no,
that's
it's
why
important. Yeah.
that's why I get so pissed when I hear people say, "Oh, well, X you the like, man, don't no one does as much child-related material than me.
Right,
Nobody. I
right.
will
Yeah.
challenge any fucking person
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
to put their collection of child-related material up against mine. I
Yep.
will fucking embarrass you.
Yeah.
Because guess what? I didn't just start talking about this stuff today, yesterday, last week, last year. I got videos dated all the way back to 20 fucking 16. So
Yeah.
let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go. I will fucking embarrass you.
Yeah.
I will embarrass you.
It would be very disingenuous to even assert that you didn't. Like,
Oh,
it's just nonsensical.
come on.
Yeah.
That's why I do it. Because no one else really does it.
Right.
That's why I
Right.
do it.
Yeah.
It's the
Somebody
one
has
thing
to.
that I do a lot of. I do a
Yeah.
lot of it. All
Yeah.
right. Because when I talk about this stuff, man, of course I'm criticizing these old mammies.
Yeah.
But the important part of the story is not them. The important part of the story is what they have done to these children. That's the
Exactly.
important part. Like tonight,
Exactly.
man, this baby had kidney failure, a kidney infection,
Yep.
pneumonia,
Yep.
COVID,
Yep.
getting eaten up by lice.
Yep.
This woman let this kid lay in there and just die and
Yep.
suffer.
Yep.
All this shit wrong with this baby. And you know what she said? She says the reason why she didn't take the baby to the hospital because she has no help. What?
Right.
So just let the baby just lay in the house and die with all these things wrong with this child.
Right.
All these things. And you know it didn't just start yesterday.
Well,
You
she
don't
had.
you don't just get all these things and it all happen in one freaking day.
Right. Right.
Come
Right.
on. Come
Yeah.
on. COVID, pneumonia, kidney failure, kidney infection, malnutrition,
Yep.
dehydration, covered with lice. Oh, you mean to tell me all that happened in one day? All of that in one
No.
day.
No. She had 6 children. So, Xavier, do you think if those government bastard factory programs were cut, she would be so inclined to open her legs at least 6 different times to get pregnant with probably illegitimate children?
Yeah. Yeah,
Do,
right.
do you
She
think if that safety net was there, that she would have even done that?
well, what I think would happen,
Hmm.
because see, I don't believe that irresponsible people are just gonna all of a sudden become responsible.
Right.
Um, what I think irresponsible people would do, in fact, and I've had discussions with Brother Nate about this. I think irresponsible people will become more irresponsible. Um, I think what will happen is I would be doing more stories of babies being thrown in the river and thrown in the garbage and killed and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
I don't think I would see less. I think I would see more of it because see now it's it's sudden death now, because you don't have all this to fall back on and you done had this baby, and the babies to be thrown in the garbage, because I've done those stories too, where
Yep. Yep.
I did a story a while back. I think you were on here when I did it. Uh, a baby was thrown in the garbage, and this poor couple found the baby
Yep.
and raised him, and he
Yep.
became like some millionaire or
Yeah.
something.
Yeah.
I think I would see more of that.
Yeah.
More babies in the trash, more babies thrown in the river. I think it would just be more. It
Hmm.
would be more. It's not like they're going to become if they are inherently irresponsible.
Right.
I don't think policies will change any of that. I
Right.
think they would just become more irresponsible. That's it.
Hmm.
It would probably just be worse. Be
Hmm.
worse. Because the fallback, because the safety net isn't there. So now they'd be like, oh God, what am I gonna do? I know what I'll do. Throw the baby in the lake. I know what I'll do. I'll put the baby in a dumpster. I know what I'll do. I'll burn the baby. I'll bury the baby in the backyard. I mean,
Hmm.
I just don't.
So do you think with news stories, say we had an influx of those news stories,
Mhm.
do you think it would maybe cause maybe a more public awareness of this stuff, and then have an effect of other people looking at that as an example and then maybe making better life choices? I mean, I think you're right. There might be an initial influx of, I mean, more news stories like that. But I think in the long term and broader scale, it would be more beneficial because that stuff would be coming, you know, to awareness, so to speak.
Well, I I don't know, because what I think ultimately happens is that if you got people and some type of policy gets passed
Yeah.
and they have to do things differently,
Mm-hmm.
people who are responsible will be more responsible. Like I
Right.
said, people who are irresponsible will be more irresponsible. But what I think would happen is eventually it would it would be brought, like you said, it would be brought into the mainstream. But what a lot of people don't know, and y'all can look this up because y'all know I talk about this crap all the time. An average of 200 women kill their children per year in the United States. So we know
Right.
at least 200 children are killed, at least. That's assuming that each woman has one. And we
Right.
know that most of them or some of them have more than one. So it could be as many as 300 children, 400.
Mm-hmm.
It all depends on how many, because they don't really give you those specific numbers. It's 200 women on average that kill their children per year. So that's at least 200 kids right off top.
Yeah.
Now, only thing you have to do is juxtapose, how many children each woman has. Like I said, it could be 300, it could be
Yeah.
400 children.
Yeah.
It all depends on how
Yeah.
many kids they have. And maybe that's not a big enough number. All right.
Yeah. To
And
create
maybe that,
change.
yeah, maybe that's not
Yeah.
enough. Maybe 400 kids getting murdered, stabbed, shot, suffocated, and drowned
Right.
isn't
Right.
enough. Maybe it
Yeah.
has to be 1,000. Maybe it
Yeah.
has to be 10,000. Maybe I don't know. I don't know, because you don't see people talk about this. So
Right.
you have to look, because a lot of these stories I look for. I
Yeah.
kind of seek them out. Now,
Yeah.
mind you, I have plenty of them in my queue. I got
Yeah.
plenty of these stories in my computer. Like I tell y'all all the time, I'm never going to run out.
Yeah.
I mean, when you got 200 women per year, killing the kids, I don't do 200 live streams per year. So
Right.
it's not like I'm going to run out.
Right.
I mean, I'm never going to catch up. I'm never going to catch up. I don't do 200 live streams a year.
Right.
So
Right.
it would be totally impossible for me to run out, because I will
Mm-hmm.
never catch up with the amount of streams that I do, because the maximum streams I do a month is probably 12. All right. That's
Yep.
probably maximum amount of streams I do per month. Most months I say I do maybe 10, somewhere in there, maybe 8. So I'm not going to do 200 live streams.
Right.
So guess what? They're always going to be ahead of me.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So I will never run out of stories.
Yeah.
It's impossible. By the time I get to the end of the year, 70 more kids have been killed.
Yeah.
By the time I get to the end of the year, I got 70 more stories I can tell
Yep.
about these old mamas.
Yep.
But one thing I am happy about, and shout out to Lady Alice with the $5 super chat. She said, so she followed her mother's footsteps and became a single mother. How long she been a single mother? Does she think all single mothers are the same? I don't think
Nope.
I don't think anyone thinks that. I think that's what people think, right?
Yeah.
That we say, because we say single mothers, and we got this thing where we want to say, not all, not all.
Right.
And usually the people saying not all, they're the main fucking culprits.
Right.
Yeah, they're the main culprits when they're, oh, not all. Shut up.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Yeah.
see, me, I look at it like this when I'm talking about these things. This and
Yep.
other things. If you think I'm not talking about you, I'm probably not. But if you think I am talking about you, I probably am.
Yeah.
Yeah, just that's how I look at it. That's why I'm not like, oh, not all, not all, not all. Get the hell out of here. If you think I'm talking about you, hey, I am. If you don't think I'm talking about you, hey, I'm not. There it is. You can decide for yourself whether or not I'm talking about you. I'm not going to give a disclaimer just to make people who are listening feel
Right.
better. Get the fuck
Right.
out of here. You want
Yeah.
to feel better, make yourself feel better. Don't try to
Yeah.
rely on me to do it.
Yeah.
All right? Make yourself feel better, because you're not going to get that better feeling here. All right? It's not coming. It's not. I'm sorry. This isn't the feel good channel. All
Right.
right? This is the TPOT YouTube page.
Yeah. Yeah.
This isn't the feel good channel. This isn't the, defend your channel. This ain't the, coddle you, hug you, squeeze you, pat you on the head channel. No, none of that happens here. It
Right.
just doesn't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry.
There's plenty of channels.
Yeah.
There are plenty of channels where you can go and they will
Mhm.
hug you and
Yeah.
coddle you and
Right.
rub your feet, and all that kind of foolishness. Yeah. I suggest you go there, because
Yeah.
this isn't the place. This ain't the place for you. If you're looking to get coddled, if you're looking to get protected, if you're looking to get defended, if you're
Yeah.
looking to get all that shit,
Yeah.
TPOT is the wrong place for you.
Right.
It just is. And I
Yeah.
get it. If you don't want to be here, I get it. I
Yeah.
understand. I understand. I won't be mad at you, because see, I won't even notice. I won't notice your ass gone. Yeah, I won't
Right.
notice. All right. And that goes for you people who are watching in the clouds as well.
Oh, those ones. Those are funny.
I know
Can
you're
I answer?
watching. Go ahead.
Can I
Go ahead.
answer that last question? Does she think all single mothers are the same? Absolutely not. There's a big difference between well, what conservative folks like to pride themselves on is marrying before you carry. Okay. So there's a big difference between a mother that becomes single later due to whatever reason and a bastard factory that has a pattern of having illegitimate children with multiple baby daddies. There's a big difference between those two single mothers. So
Oh yeah.
I'll leave it at that.
Oh yeah. I appreciate that $5 super chat, Lady Alice. When you drop coins on this platform, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. Appreciate that super chat, Lady Alice. But I want to ask y'all a question. In fact,
Yeah.
I'm not going to ask it. I will defer to the good minister.
No. Sell it to the people. Sell it to the people and sell it to the world. You tell us single motherhood is good. How have we benefited from single motherhood? Some of you niggas just survived it. You just survived it. I gotta tell you, a lot of y'all niggas, it don't cost shit to love your kids. They focusing on trying to get their body together so they can go land a new nigga when their kids need love. Where are your kids?
Yeah. Where are your damn kids? Like that commercial. It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are? It's 10:38.
Yeah.
Do you know where your children are?
Mm-hmm.
Because when I think about this stuff, right, and I know I've been talking about this for the last couple of weeks, and the reason why I talk about it because I think it's a problem, and I put a lot of blame on these old mamas for this.
Mm-hmm.
A 73-year-old man named James Lambert was beat to death by a bunch of children in North Philly.
Mm-hmm.
They beat this man to death with traffic cones. And the oldest person out there was 14. There were kids out there 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And they beat this old man to death.
Mm.
Beat him to death. It was on camera, caught on camera, on tape. And they beat this man at 2:34 in the morning. And there were timestamp cameras that caught them walking uptown at 2:55. So 20 minutes after they had beat this man to death, they were just walking around town like, nothing, nothing to see here. We didn't just kill a person.
Right.
They're just walking around having a good old time and riding their bikes and skateboards and laughing.
Yeah.
They were walking around laughing, mocking how he had fell down and also kind of foolishness.
Yeah.
And one of the mothers comes up there and she speaks about it. She says, but she starts it right off with, I'm not a bad mom. I mean, that's how she starts off now, defending herself.
Right. Of course.
Not, I'm sorry, that my kid was out there and killed this man and, condolences to the family. None of that. She came right in with, I'm not a bad mom.
You know what? It's probably just her own guilt and shame spewing out of her face. She knows damn well she's a bad mom if her children are doing that. She knows it. She's just trying to convince herself otherwise in public. Like when these crazy bitches say stuff, there's so many levels to what they're actually saying. Like some of it is actual projection. Like they're literally saying what they're doing, but they're blaming it on somebody else. Sometimes it's just like a guilt and shame thing. And they're trying to convince themselves that they're not the thing that they feel that they are. They're just verbally doing it in other people's presence. It's really weird.
Yeah,
I mean, if that's the first thing she said,
they need a safe space. Like my man, shout out to my brother Big Nate. Mamas need a safe space. Yes. Too bad this is not it.
Yeah.
Too bad this is not it. Yeah. This is not it. This is not the place for you.
Yeah.
So do you think that, because I played Brother Minister Jap, shout out to Brother Minister. I'm gonna get the minister on here too, y'all, because I actually have been in contact with him. I think that's gonna be good to get old Jap on here. But
yeah,
what he said he said that a lot of these mothers are out here, they're out here looking for men, they're trying to get their bodies right and they're trying to dress up and they're trying to do this and they're trying to do that.
Yeah.
And he said it doesn't cost anything to love your children.
Doesn't.
And in a way, I have to disagree with him, right? I have to disagree.
Well, yeah. Time
I
and
have to
attention.
disagree. Yes,
Yeah.
yes, it does cost.
Yeah.
It costs time. It costs attention. It takes sacrifice.
Yeah.
It takes compromise.
Yeah.
And it takes putting them before yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have to put them before you most of the time.
Yeah.
And I think there lies the problem,
Yep.
where the children aren't being put in front of the parent. They're not
Yep.
being put in front. They're secondary. Their needs are secondary. Their safety is secondary. Their guidance, their counsel, their instruction, all that stuff is secondary. I was reading the newspaper because I'm old school. I actually still get a paper delivered to my house.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I was reading an article today, and I want to read it to you, good folks. Hold on, let me put specs on so I can see it. But
Xavier, while you're doing
ahead.
that, I'm gonna go pee if you don't mind.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to read this article to y'all, and it's not long, and it talked about math scores, right? And it said math and reading scores plummet in the U.S. It says Thursday's release of the National Assessment of Educational Progress offers the most comprehensive look yet at the educational impact of the pandemic and the shift to remote learning. The data offers only a snapshot showing results for 9-year-olds, which is that's fourth and fifth graders right there. You're 9 years old, you're in like the fourth or fifth grade, right? It says the test was not held in 2021, so the 2022 results are the first since the start of the pandemic. In math, average scores fell by 7 points from 2020 to 2022, with large declines among Black and Hispanic students. The drop marks the first time math scores have dipped since the tests were given in 1973. 1973. It says reading scores fell by 5 points on average, but the fall was relatively even across racial groups. It was the biggest drop in reading scores since 1990. So, in other words, kids are doing worse in math than they were doing in 1973. They started giving the test back then, talking 40 goddamn shit, talking 49 years ago, damn near 50 years ago. Since the tests were given in 1973, this is the first time it's been such a drop since then. Also, 5 points drop in reading scores since 1990, 32 years ago. So, what does that mean? I don't know what it means to you, good folk, but what it means to me is that these kids were home and their parents weren't keeping up with their studies. Their parents weren't making sure they were home learning. Their parents weren't making sure that these kids were reading, writing, counting. These parents were not making sure that these kids stayed abreast of what was going on in school. So we get back to the shitty mothers, right? I'm pretty sure they kept them wigs up, right? I'm pretty sure they kept their makeup supply up, right? They walking around with $400 and $500 worth of hair in their head. Why not walk around with $200 worth of hair in your head and spend the other $200 on, I don't know, study materials, books, pencils? Why not do that? That's what I'm talking about. I mean, with those kind of drops in mathematics and reading, basically, when I hear that, when I read that, it tells me that once the kids were taken out of school, that was it. They weren't
Right.
learning anything. They weren't learning shit all that time they were home.
Yeah. What do you think about like values? Like, I mean, when you have a mother that values, you know, her hair over her child's future. I mean, these people that are instant gratification type folks don't really think about long term. So they don't see that spending the time, attention, resources in the front end and sacrificing would produce a specific outcome later in life. I don't think they're able to think that far ahead and plan that far ahead. So if they value appearance, like form over function, if they're superficial, if they care too much about how other people see them at any given time. I know SKC likes to call it the eat, sleep, fight, bust folks.
Uh-huh.
The very lizard brain type mentality, I guess. But that falls in line with a lot of addiction too, because a lot of people that are addicted to things will only think about the here and now and not about the future.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
So-
it's short-term thinking.
Yeah.
You know, it's the whole, failure to plan, planning to fail.
Yeah.
I think what often happens with a lot of people as far as kids are concerned is that they kind of live like, number one, the kids are never going to grow up. Number two, their ass ain't never going to get old. So,
Right.
I mean, if you're living like that, there's like this Peter Pan syndrome that kind of trickles down through people, and they act like they're never going to fucking grow up. They're Peter Pan. They're going to be 25 forever. The kid's going to be, in the second grade forever, and I think people, once they get stuck in that kind of mind state, I think it's hard to come out of it, even though they're seeing their ass grow old and they're seeing the kid getting taller and getting older. They see all of this, but they've convinced themselves that this is not real.
Right.
This isn't real.
Right. It's almost like their delusion is more real than reality. But that's in the realm of mental illness and immaturity. Yeah.
Well, I think there's a lot of people walking around on this earth with UMI anyway, undiagnosed mental illness. It's undiagnosed. There's just a lot of people walking around here crazy as hell.
Yeah. Yeah.
They never been to the doctor. And see, I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that at all. The only thing I want you to do is what I want people to do is get all these crazy people. I'm not saying put them in an institution or even make them see the psychiatrist. What I want you to do is put a fluorescent green and orange straight jacket on them. Or better yet, a fluorescent green and orange C on their head. So
Yeah.
when we see them, we
Yes.
know who they are and we can avoid them. You
Yeah.
don't have to lock them away. You don't even have to make them see a shrink. Just put
Yeah.
that fluorescent green C that cannot be removed. So when we see them, we'd be like, oh shit, there's one of those mental outpatients. Let's go the other way. So
Yeah.
we'll know who they are and
Yeah.
we can avoid them. And you know what that would do inadvertently? Because this is something I tell to men too.
Mhm.
When I talk about these old crazy mamas,
Yeah.
I tell them stop climbing on top of them.
Right.
Stop climbing on top of these lunatics. Because guess what you're doing? You're sentencing a kid to death if you do.
Right.
Because someone climbed on top of these women and,
Yep.
and they killed these babies. So you
Yeah.
probably didn't realize it. I'm not saying that a man realizes that.
Right.
But guess what? That woman I talked about tonight, when that dude climbed on top of her, he didn't know it, but he was sentencing that baby to death.
Right. But do you think that men might be at a bit of a disadvantage in that arena because men are very visually stimulated, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we do live in a hypersexualized society where sex is everywhere.
Yes.
So, do you think that maybe women have an advantage? I mean, women know this to be true, that men are very physically stimulated by visual stuff. Like that's how their hormones and their biology works. Do you think women can take advantage of that?
Well, I think a lot of men are drawn to crazy because make no mistake, I think a lot of these dudes know that these women are crazy.
Yeah.
But they say the crazy women are the best in bed and all this sort kind of foolishness.
Right.
I don't necessarily believe that that's true,
Right.
but the crazy lunatics, are the best sexual experiences. The rumor has it.
Right.
So I think there's that. Because when a woman's a lunatic, I mean, there's got to be some type of red flag or sign, or there's got to be something there. Unless she plays it off really, really well,
Right. Right.
she plays it off really, really well. I mean,
Yeah.
there's got to be something. You got to notice something about her that that doesn't
Yes.
sit just right.
Yes.
You gotta like catch her. I don't know, talking to herself sometime, or I don't know, playing with earthworms, even though she's 35. I mean, there's got to be something there.
Right. Right.
You walk up on her, she's like playing with earthworms, or
Yeah.
she's like, talking to her invisible friend or something like that. I mean,
Right.
you gotta, I guess you gotta catch it out there. You have to catch it. You have
There's-
to catch it.
There's many red flags, many. But also, do you think, because when I look at a man that's like trying to help, we'll just call it a crazy bitch. I feel like these women trigger like the good nature in men, and I think a lot of men get sucked into situations because, for one, the woman's like, oh, I need you, and men fundamentally, I mean, want to feel needed, right? Especially in a society that's constantly telling them they're hated and they're not needed while they're picking their pockets through taxes. But like,
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of manipulation that goes on in that regard.
But
That
if she tells you she needs you,
right.
so she can stop talking to her imaginary friend, I just don't. I think it's time to tell her you'll be back and just never come back.
Yeah.
You go to a house and for dinner, and she's got three places set, and she actually puts food on that plate and say, this is for my friend, and there's no one sitting there. you must excuse yourself and say, I'll be right back. I got to get something out of the car, and you just never return.
But
never return.
how often does that I mean, that situation, it is a huge string of red flags. Like that bitch is straight up nuts. But the majority of crazy bitches don't don't play that.
Yeah, but there's gotta be something because
Yeah.
something's mentally wrong with the woman who kills babies. I mean, she
Yes,
kills her own
absolutely.
babies. Something is wrong with this
Yeah.
woman.
And I don't
So,
think she should be allowed to draw breath if that's the case.
so something's gotta show. I
Yeah.
mean,
Oh
something's
yeah.
gotta. I mean, something's gotta stick out, right? She's gotta do something that's nuts,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
There's gotta be. That's the only thing she does that's nuts is that she stabs the baby in the throat.
Yep.
No, I think there's something other stuff that leads up to that. And what I think happens is a lot of times we as men we ignore it.
Yeah.
We ignore it. We ignore it. We overlook it. We know it's crazy when we see it. You know, but we look at her. We see ass. We see titties. So we like, let's just disregard that. That doesn't mean anything. She has ass and titties, so none of that matters. I
Right.
think that's what it kind of happens.
Yeah.
Because you can't tell me, like I said, a woman does not tuck her babies in Friday night and read them a bedtime story, wake up Saturday morning and shoot them.
Right.
Something led up to that.
Yeah. But I think women use sex to distract men and get out of being held accountable for stuff. I think they use that as a weapon.
Possibly. But like I said, there's got to be some type of crazy something going on. Maybe you just don't be paying attention to how nuts she is.
Right.
She take off her clothes, brothers, and her underwear say Wednesday, but it's Saturday. That's a sign. Either she had them on since Wednesday, or she don't plan on changing them till Wednesday. Let me see what else. What else could be possibly a thing?
Your red flags are hilarious. Yeah, well, in the MGTOW spaces, they have very specific ones that are pretty universal, like really off the wall, vibrant, unnatural hair colors.
Yeah.
Or if she looks like she fell face first into a tackle box, like stuff like that. Lots and lots of tattoos. Just I mean, there are visual signs that a woman might be unstable.
Yeah. If she takes her gum out of her mouth and sticks it under the table when y'all out to dinner, and then afterwards, when y'all finish, she grabs it and puts it back in her mouth and chews it again. Yeah, that would be. Yeah, that would be a sign. It's one thing her taking it out and sticking it under the table, but after dinner's over, she grabs it and put it back in her mouth and starts chewing it again. Yeah, that would be a sign. Yeah, that would be a sign.
Have you seen that?
No.
Okay. That's funny. That's funny.
Oh, shout out to my brother Leon. Yo, brother Leon, I'm gonna hit you up, man. I'll probably call you, man, some this week, brother. I want to run some things by you, my brother. But shout out to brother Leon from the 411 Talk Zone Radio Show with the $10 super chat. He says these moms know the system is on their side.
Right.
They believe nothing will happen to them if they neglect their children. I agree, brother Leon. I totally agree. I appreciate that super chat, brother Leon. When you drop coins on this platform, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. Appreciate that $10 super chat, brother Leon. And y'all need to get down there and check my brother out, man. He talks about good stuff. I even steal some of his ideas from time to time. I have to come down there to see what you're doing, brother Leon, so I can steal some of your shit, by the way. Appreciate that, brother. Yeah, I mean, I just think that at some point, if a lot of these mothers, if they don't, a lot of them, if they don't get this shit in line, man, a lot of this stuff isn't going to change. I mean,
Yeah.
it's just not going to change, man. One way or the other. And when I say get in line, I don't just mean, you know, taking care of the kids the right way, not beating them to a bloody pulp, not
Right.
killing them, and doing all this kind of foolishness. I think a lot of them, number one, shouldn't have children in the first place. I mean,
Right.
some of these people absolutely positively have no business
Right.
raising children.
Oh yeah. Yep.
They have no business raising these children. They don't.
Yeah.
And what I think often happens, I think society thinks that just because someone has a kid, they should be allowed to raise a kid and they're
Right.
capable of raising a kid. But you've got people who had babies when they were 14 and 15 and 13. I guess they're freaking capable of raising a kid too, right? They're
Right.
perfectly capable of raising a kid at 12. I mean, come on, man. And you have people that are just totally irresponsible from the get-go.
Yep.
So if they're just an irresponsible person, why should they be responsible for another little person or multiple little people?
Right. Yeah. Well, I still blame our society, though. The people that allow these idiots to get away with misbehavior and degeneracy,
Yeah,
or cover up for them, or make excuses for them, or instead of just being honest,
yeah,
like calling a spade, and quit like caring about this idiot's feelings, because that's something that is a big problem in our society that I've heard on many occasions, why people don't step in and protect children from their mothers.
yeah,
Like something that's common that is said is, oh, I don't want to do that to her.
yeah,
Like, no, she's doing all these awful things to her children. Like, what do you mean you don't want to do that to the mother? She's the predator in this situation. She needs to be punished. Like,
mhm,
how is it doing something to her to stop her doing something awful to her children? I don't get that.
yeah. I agree. I totally agree. I mean, and I, like I said, I've been talking about this stuff for years. Um, and it's good to see other people talking about it.
Yeah.
It's good to see. Um, because I caught a lot of heat when I started talking about it, because I've been talking about this shit since 2016.
Yeah.
And it's good to see that people are actually, you know, understanding that there's something to this.
Oh, yes. Yes.
There's always been something to this, man.
Yep.
And I know a lot of us are still in denial,
Right.
like, what are you talking about? She was your mother. You shouldn't say these things and all this sort kind of foolishness. I
Who
know
says
people are still there.
who says that though? Is it predominantly men or predominantly women?
Yeah, well, there's some men out there who say it too now. I've caught some heat from some dudes. Oh man, that's your mother. You hate your mother, Xavier. You hate your mother.
Yeah, but that's literally a feminist puppet talking point.
Yeah, it
Like
wouldn't
that's
matter anyway. My mother's dead. She's been dead since 2014. So I mean, if I
yeah.
hated her, would it really matter at this point? I mean, I'm a
Right.
I'm a 50-something-year-old grandfather. Even if I did
Yeah.
hate my mother,
Yeah.
what difference would it make
Yeah.
at this point?
Yeah. Well, they're trying to make it a personal issue with you instead of a serious behavioral issue that you're calling out that's somebody else's fault. They're trying to pin it on you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but that shit don't work. It
Yeah.
doesn't work.
Good.
I mean, so much of that crap has been tried.
Yeah.
The TPOT. One thing people will always know about TPOT: I dance to the beat of my own fucking drum.
Yeah.
I'm not part of no clique, no crew, no cult. Don't no fucking body tell me what to do on my channel. Don't
Yeah.
nobody tell me who to have on my channel. Don't nobody tell me where to be. Don't nobody tell me what to cover, what to play, what to discuss, what to do. None of that happens here. It
Yeah.
never has, and it never fucking will. Ever.
Yeah.
Ever. I got people that I'm really close with. They call me and they air their concerns, but you know how they start the sentence off? Well, you know, X, I can't tell you what to do on your channel. Yeah,
What?
cause they know
Yeah.
no matter what the fuck you say,
Yeah.
I am not going to do things your way. I will listen to what you have to say, though. Yes, I will, especially if you're someone I have an affinity for. I
Right.
will listen to you. But all the rest of the people who got shit to say, you might as well not even waste your fucking breath.
But-
Don't even waste your breath.
But I think a lot of people feel like they're more important, like their opinion matters more, or should matter more, or is more valuable than it actually is.
Oh,
Like
absolutely.
I don't think a lot of
Absolutely.
people understand that the world doesn't fucking revolve around them, and also that they're not the most competent person in every situation to be even giving
Absolutely.
advice. Like,
Absolutely. Absolutely. But see, up here, it allows for that, right? It
yeah,
allows, and I talk about this a lot. You know, everybody up here, you know, they have the golden mic.
yeah,
They know more than everyone.
right,
They are the smartest, the most knowledgeable, and you
yeah,
should not be talking if you disagree with them.
right,
That's
right,
where we are.
yeah,
And of course I think that's totally absurd and bullshit.
yeah,
All right. Totally absurd. Because this is how I operate, especially when it comes to this channel, right?
mhm,
I believe in the freedom of association and the freedom of disassociation.
mhm,
You are free to associate with anyone you want. And
mhm,
likewise, you are free to disassociate with anyone you want.
yep,
And those same rules apply to me. I mean, if I don't want to deal with you, there's 3 places you will never see me:
right,
on your stream, in your chat room, or in your comment section. You will
right,
never see me in those 3 places ever. If I quote unquote don't deal with you, or quote unquote don't like you.
yeah,
But see, here it's different. People will claim that they don't like your stuff.
yeah,
People will claim that they don't watch your shit,
right,
but they know everything you said. They're quoting
yeah,
shit you said 8 months ago.
yeah,
Wait a minute, man.
yeah,
You said you don't watch my stuff. So
right,
how the hell you know what I said? Because I damn sure don't know what you said. You know why? Because I don't watch you. I
right,
have no idea what even when people talk smack about me, I don't even know about it unless somebody brings it to my attention, because I don't watch people like I just don't.
right, right,
I don't.
right,
Someone has to bring it to my attention. Oh, X
yep,
man, they were talking shit about you. You know,
yep,
I mean, because number one, I don't watch YouTube like that. I watch about 5 people in total.
yeah,
Now, mind you, I'm subscribed to a lot of people, but
yeah,
most of the people in my subscription list, I haven't watched their ass in like a year.
yeah,
Most of them. I mean, I haven't watched them. So, I mean, when I quote unquote hate on someone, I
yeah,
hate on them by not watching them. That's
yeah,
how I hate on you. I'm not going to be in your chat room trying to argue with you or say all this shit to you. Man, I don't have time for that shit. I don't
right.
have time for that shit. If I
Well,
don't deal, if I don't
but
deal with you, I don't deal with you. Period.
yeah, but Xavier, that's that's rational and reasonable, and you have other responsibilities. The people that engage
Absolutely.
in such behavior don't have any other responsibilities.
I mean, if I don't,
They're getting taken care of by somebody, like, and they're allowed to do whatever they want and cause chaos wherever they want, but they're not doing something on purpose. They're
oh yeah,
just reacting out of feelings and hurt emotions.
yeah. Well, they can go react out of feelings and emotions some fucking where else.
Yeah.
And like I always say, if you don't like it, that's fine. Go somewhere else and not like it, man.
Right.
Go somewhere else and not like it. Not like it at a distance. All right.
Yep.
Social distance from TPOT. And it can be more than 6 feet, it can be 6 miles.
Social
Social
distance.
distance
Yeah.
6 miles away. That's
Yeah.
plenty of distance, because like I always said, man, as long as I'm running this channel, it's gonna be what I want it to be. I'm gonna
Yeah.
talk about the shit I want to talk about. I'm gonna have on here who I want to have on here. And
Yeah.
that's that. And people that don't like it, that's fine. Just don't like it from a distance. Because if you come into my chat room with that bullshit, it'll probably be the last time you're here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because if I don't get rid of you, someone else will.
Yeah. I appreciate that you provide a platform for people to hang themselves in the public square.
Yeah, well,
I
mean,
appreciate that.
you know, I've always built this channel as, because I've had some of everybody on here. I mean, everybody who's anybody has been on this channel, and I've said it a million times.
Yeah.
I mean, I got 700 and some videos on here, and let me tell you something. I got big names, small names, you
Yep.
name it. Anybody of note,
Yeah.
on media has been here, and I mean anybody you could possibly think of. Anybody that hasn't been on here probably is nobody.
Right.
They're probably nobody if they haven't been here.
Yeah.
Especially when you're talking about this particular space, if you will.
Yeah.
Everybody's been, all your favorite big YouTube have been here.
Yep.
They may not have been here in a while, but they've been here more than once. So I don't have anything to prove.
Right.
All right. I don't have anybody to impress.
Right.
I don't have any mission that I'm on. Any of that. My dues have been paid a long time ago, and every fucking body knows who I am.
Yeah.
There's not too many people where you can say TPOT or say Xavier and they don't have an idea of who that is.
Right.
Oh, I've heard of him before. I know who that is. So I don't have anything to prove to anyone, especially YouTubers that are smaller than me.
Right.
Yeah, right. I definitely don't have anything to prove to you, motherfuckers. Absolutely not. I have nothing to prove at all. And guess what? The majority of the people that have been on my channel, they will never, and I mean never, be on yours. That's just the truth.
Yes.
They will not come to your shit.
Yeah.
You'll never get them on there. Ever.
Yep.
Ever. You know why? Because they don't think you're relevant enough. Now put that in your pipes and smoke it.
Right.
Put that in your pipes and smoke it. I don't care. I just don't. Especially this, because this may be my last fucking year on this YouTube shit. So this year, I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
One person in the chat, 10 people in the chat, 100 people in the chat, 1,000 people in the chat. I don't give a shit. I am doing shit my way from here on in. It's going to be more and more my way as time goes on, as I get closer to walking out this fucking door.
Yeah. Yep. And you have
That's
every
where we are.
Right and responsibility to do so.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean,
And that's a good example though too, you know? I mean, you're kind of a grandpa in the space, right? Like, I mean, you're a grandpa for one.
Well, I've been around a long time, and I've moved through many, many, many different groups of people. And like I said, I've had some of everybody on here over the past 6-7 years. I mean, every fucking body has been here, even people outside of this space.
Yeah.
I mean, I get guff for having white people on my channel. Man, I've been having white people on my channel since 2016. I had Jane Elliott on here in 2016. You know who Jane Elliott is, right?
Mm-mm.
The old woman, she does the blue eyes, brown eyes experiment, talks about racism and all that kind of stuff. Old white lady. Look her up.
Okay.
She was here in 2016. So having white people on the channel is
Right.
old shit
Right.
to me.
Yeah.
Old shit. Old stuff. Just is. But you know, people, oh man, because see, when you do these things, what happens is people, and I think this is part of my fault, right? People have gotten somewhat comfortable with TPOT, especially people who come on here regularly. And when they come up here and they have a level of comfort and it suddenly gets uncomfortable,
Mm-hmm.
they get offended, right?
Right. Right.
Right? They get offended.
Yeah.
Now, it's not my thing to make people uncomfortable. I mean, you know, I just talk the way I talk. I mean, if you've been
Yeah.
following me long enough, you know, I'm pretty much a straight shooter. I mean, you know,
Yep.
I'm not gonna blatantly disrespect you, or you know,
Right.
no matter who you are. That's just not my style.
Yeah.
But I'm also gonna let people come up here and speak their piece.
Right.
I'm not known to defend people. I'm
Right.
not. You know, brothers will come up here and be at each other's throats, you know, as long as they don't say too many of the wrong things, I'm not going to even get involved. I'm going to let them go at it.
Yeah.
And likewise, I do the same thing with women. I
Mhm.
mean, I'm not a defender of women.
Right.
You know, the women come up here and people say shit to them.
Mhm.
They're on their own. You know,
Yeah.
it's every man and every woman for themselves up here.
Yeah. They're
And
adults, right? You,
yes,
you
they
don't
fucking
you
grown.
don't allow children up here, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
they're grown ups.
Yeah.
So, and I think what happens with a lot of people is that, you know, oh, X let them do that to me. No, X didn't let
Right.
shit.
Right.
You let them
Yeah.
do that to
Yeah.
you.
You volunteered.
Because it's pretty easy, because when it got to the point that you didn't like something, you could have easily done this.
Yep. Peace out.
And it would have been all over.
Yep.
But see what they want X to do that
Yes.
to someone on their behalf.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
I decide when someone's crossed the line. And
Right.
usually crossing the line isn't fucking with someone else. Crossing the line is fucking with me.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's usually crossing the line.
Yeah.
All right. When you fucking
Yeah.
with me.
Yeah.
All right. You trying to disrespect me.
Yeah.
Or call me out. Now you crossing the line. I don't think because
On
you
your
saying
platform.
something. Yes, on my shit.
Right.
Yeah, you crossing the line.
Yeah.
But I don't think you saying certain shit to somebody else. Because
Yeah.
guess what? If you don't like what they're saying, you can just get the fuck off. You
Yep.
can just leave. That's what I would do if I was on somebody else's platform.
Yep.
And somebody was saying some shit that really fucked with me, I would just leave.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even say anything. I'd be like, boop, and I'm gone.
Yeah.
I'm just not even going to say anything. I'm just going to leave. Like, it's not like you're handcuffed. It's not like when you get on here,
Right.
you know, your hands are frozen and you can't
Right.
you can't hit any buttons.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what it is, man. I think this media shit, man. I think this media shit have people so they're in such a brain lock. Like, oh,
Yeah.
I can't get off, so you should take them off. Like, come on,
Right.
man.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
you don't like what's going on. Just get
Yeah.
your ass out. Just
Yeah.
leave. Because see, two things I don't understand about people.
Mhm.
It has confused me over the course of years, especially watching media.
Uh-oh.
People always seem to stick around a place where they
Mhm.
claim they don't want to be.
Yep.
And another place they have a tendency to stick around is a place where they know they're not wanted.
Right.
It's weird. It's
You-
weird.
Yeah, it is weird, isn't it? It's almost like they're being defiant. Like they
Yes.
don't care. Like I kind of noticed that in the MGTOW spaces. These are men that are trying to go their own way, right? But there's women that are constantly invading their space and fucking with them, even
Yeah.
though they want to be left alone. And the
Yeah.
way I see that, I'm like, you disrespectful bitch. Like this isn't your space for one. For two, you weren't invited. I could see it if you're invited to a place. That means somebody wants you over there. That's different than invading somebody's space because you feel entitled to, or because you want to win something, or you want to dominate something, or like people don't have respect for boundaries, and I think
Mhm.
we have a large scale lack of respect en masse. So
Yeah, it's insane. Like, why would you want to be somewhere that you're not wanted? Like,
right,
I mean, what is what joy is there in that? You already know
yeah,
that you're not wanted, but
yeah,
you're there, and
yeah,
then it's sort of like a person's in your house, right?
yeah, yeah,
They're in your house. You're like, yo, man, get out my house. I ain't going nowhere. Wait a minute.
right,
What you mean you're not going anywhere? This is my
right,
fucking house. Yes, you are.
yeah,
You mean you're not going anywhere?
yeah,
I mean, because when a person tells you to get out, that's an indication that they don't want you there, right? If they're saying get
right,
out,
yep,
that's your cue to let you know they don't want you there.
yep,
Ergo, ergo the words get out.
yeah, yeah. No means no.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
it's like
people
it's
don't take
dumb.
no easily though. Like I've run into that. There's been a few people that have. I mean, I block them. I block them. I tell them they're not wanted. They're not welcome, and they continuously disrespect the boundary that I set in place. Like they continuously do it, and I'm like, I don't get it. Like
I don't get
where's
it
the
either.
disconnection in understanding that this space is one thing, that it's not here for your playground, it's not here
Yeah.
for your fucking entertainment, like it's not yours to do with what you wish.
I think the problem with a lot of the problem with a lot of this media stuff is it has uh it has emboldened people to not only just be defiant
Hmm.
and disrespectful, but it has emboldened people to think that not only do they don't have to follow any rules, but they also don't have to show deference
Right.
to other people.
Yeah.
Because when I know when I'm like on someone's channel, and they've allowed me to come up, I try to carry myself the same way I would carry myself if I'm inside your house.
Right.
Um, yeah, that's kind of how I look at it. If I come to your channel, I'm gonna be, I'm gonna follow the rules. I'm not gonna be yelling and screaming and saying all kinds of foolish stuff. I'm gonna wipe my feet,
Yeah.
before I come in, all that kind of stuff. So when someone comes here,
Yeah.
when someone comes here, I expect the same thing because I
Yeah.
look at it as coming into your house. So when you're here, you're in my house.
Yeah.
So the last person you want to fucking piss off is me.
Right.
All right. This is my house. All
Yeah.
right. I'm the person who controls the big dog in the back. I'm the guy with the fucking gun. Remember me? Okay.
Right.
I run this shit. I'm
Yep.
that guy.
Yep.
So, I mean, it's one thing you piss somebody else off in the house. We having a barbecue in the backyard and you piss somebody else off.
Yep.
That's one thing.
Yeah.
But I'm not the person to piss off, at least not here, because this is where my true power lies. All right.
Right.
You can be
Yeah.
killed here. Okay. You
Right.
can
Right.
be
Right.
killed here, and I can put, the spare gun in your hand and say you tried to shoot me with it. That kind of thing can happen here. So
Yeah.
why would you do that here of all places? And
Yeah.
not only that, because I've had my issues with people in the past. And these same people who have these quote unquote issues with me are
Right.
now back asking me for the link. And it's like, wait a minute,
Right. Right.
you got a problem with me, but here you are knocking on my door again.
Yeah.
Now, in that case, you're definitely acting crazy because If you and I got shit going,
Right.
you knock on my fucking front door, you're probably going to be on the business end of a world of hurt.
Right.
Probably. More than likely. I look on the camera and I see a person that I got a problem with on my front porch. I'm probably going to send my big ass dog out there. That's probably going to be my next move.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
That's probably what's going to happen. So
So,
I don't get that whole thing either. I don't get
do you do you think it's a result of people not receiving actual consequences for their online behavior that is shitty and disrespectful? Like
I
people
think
getting
it
away with it. But I
I
mean,
think it's
because
a little bit of that. I
none of
think
these
it's a
people would show up to your house. They
no,
wouldn't be
absolutely not.
that gutsy to do that. They would not
Hell
pull that
goddamn
same
no.
shit if you were sitting in a room physically where you could touch them, right?
Hell no.
Yeah.
I think it's that they know that the consequences are, relatively nil. There is no
Yeah.
real consequences. I mean, you can't
Right.
you can only control what you can control up here, right? I mean, you can
Right.
keep people off of your channel, you can keep them out of your chat room, you can
Hmm.
keep them off of your stream. That you can do that. That's the only consequences you can enforce for the
Yeah.
most part. Just banish them, kick them out. They
Yeah.
can't come back in until they make a new account and you block that one too. Those
Right.
are those are the only consequences you can actually enforce,
Yeah.
and those are relatively light.
Yeah.
People don't care about that, so I guess that's why they do it.
Yeah.
But it speaks to something else because I say again, um, being somewhere that you claim you don't want to be,
Yeah.
to me is weird.
Yeah.
That's for all you cloud watchers. Yeah, I know you're watching. Yeah, I know
Yep.
you are watching. Yeah, you're watching. You can't you can't resist, can you?
They
You
can't.
can't.
It's
You
an
can't
obsession,
resist.
Xavier. You know what's weird? They watch. They only watch because they're looking for a few little key things they could get you with, right? It's
Yeah,
like you can have a 4 hour long conversation. They can completely miss the entire many points of the dialogue. But if you say this one thing, they'll try to clip that and then stuff it into their narrative that they've already concluded about you.
yeah. They'll do a 3 hour. They'll
It's
do a 3 hour live stream over 10 minutes of something you said out of a 4 hour live stream. I mean,
yeah,
it's
yeah,
stupid.
yeah, yeah. And they'll keep going over that tiny little bit. Like,
Yeah, keep rewinding in it. Oh, when he said this here,
right, right.
I mean, it's weird. It's a
Yeah.
weird thing. And you know that's though these are part of the things that I try to stay away from. On this media stuff.
Hmm.
And I know I'm guilty of a lot of crazy shit too.
Hmm.
I know I've done some things on media over the years that I've been doing this. You know that I regret.
Yeah,
I've had some people on here that I wish I had never had on here. I mean
yeah.
that's all part of the deal, right?
Hmm.
That's it's all part of it. Um, but if I had it to do all over again, I probably wouldn't change a thing
Yeah,
because I've had so many different people up here. I've had so many different personalities up here. I've had people from this space, other spaces. I've
yeah,
had people who aren't even like quote unquote YouTubers have
yeah,
been on here. So
yeah,
I wouldn't change a thing. And one thing I'm glad about is that being on media, I have interacted, of course, with a bunch of knuckleheads, but I've also interacted with a lot of good brothers. I mean,
yeah,
brothers that I talk to on the phone, people like my man Nick Taylor, man,
yeah,
Brother Supreme,
yeah,
my man Jay Shine, the people like that who, I mean, we actually get on the phone and talk, man. And
yeah.
I mean, it's better than a live stream.
Right.
When I talk to these brothers, man, it's
Yeah,
better than a damn live stream because we get on them and we don't even talk about media.
yeah,
We
yeah.
talk about everything else, man. We
Like
talk about
life. Yeah,
inflation,
yeah,
taxes,
yeah,
family,
Yep.
our kids,
Yeah.
business. We talk about all of that kind of stuff. You
Yeah.
know, if we talk about media, it's like, I'm doing a stream tonight. You're gonna come through?
Yeah.
Yeah. Peace. I mean, that's like right before we hang up.
Yeah.
All right. That other 2 hours is everything else, man. And
Yeah.
that's one thing that I'm grateful for, is that through this media stuff, I have interacted with some really, really good people.
Yep.
I mean, people that I really respect, people that I would do anything for.
Yeah.
If they
Yeah.
ask, all they had to do was ask, I would do it. All
Yeah.
they got to do is ask me, I would do it.
Yep.
Now I say again, I've interacted with some knucklehead.
Oh yeah.
Okay, that's part of the deal.
Yeah.
But I have interacted with some really, really folks, man, and
Yeah.
I'm thankful for that. So when I hang this mic up
Yeah.
for the last time, I will still be in contact with these people.
Yeah. 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 Well, I think you have to separate the wheat from the chaff in any social situation. I mean, the
Yeah.
majority of people you're not going to get along with, especially the kind of person that you are. You're kind of in a minority group of super fucking responsible people that are just straight shooters, don't really care what people think. I mean, maybe care to some degree what the people that you care about think, but just random strangers,
Yeah.
I mean, you're
I don't give a
super
shit.
responsible,
Yeah.
down to
I don't give a
earth.
shit.
That's
I
not
don't
the
give a shit
majority of
what
people.
these YouTubers think of me.
Right.
I
Right.
don't
Right.
care.
Yeah.
Think what you like.
So
Think
you're
what you like.
gonna run into you'll eventually find those like-minded people that that are gems and that are
Yeah.
important. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't been doing this online stuff for very long. I'm just over. Let's see. When did I start my channel? October. Oh, so October or November will be 2 years.
Mm.
So
Well,
yeah. No, I've
something
met quite a few good folks that are the
something I
same.
heard from a very famous YouTuber.
Mhm.
May he rest in peace, because he used to be on this channel a lot too. Brother Kevin Samuels told me
Yeah.
years ago. He said, X, he said, the real problems start after you've been doing this about 3 years. He told me. He said 3 years,
Yeah.
that's when the real shit starts. So
Oh,
you
so
you haven't seen the
I'm
real
ahead
shit
of
yet.
yeah, I'm ahead of schedule. I'm an overachiever, Xavier.
Oh no. Year 3 is when
Come on.
when he was
Hey,
telling me that, I had only
yeah,
been doing it like 2 years. I was like,
yeah,
man. But and once it got to be 3 years, I was like, Brother Samuels was right. He was
yeah,
right. He told me
yeah,
that.
yeah.
He was the only
3 years.
person to tell. He was the only person to tell me that. He was like, X, he said, about 3 years. He said, that's when the bullshit starts. He said, that's when they start flagging your channel and
Xavier.
talking all this shit and doing all
Yeah,
this shit to you. And
yeah. No,
right,
no. I've already checked off most of those boxes.
well,
I have a legitimate,
I'm telling
proper
you,
smear campaign in the works currently trying to cancel me. They they,
yeah,
they
well,
couldn't
it's
cancel
gonna
my
get worse.
channel.
It's gonna get worse.
I don't know. I had a Texas A&M campus security and a local FBI dude show up at my house.
It's gonna get
So
worse. It's gonna get
yeah,
worse.
I don't know how it can. Everything that they do keeps backfiring on them. So
Well, it usually does, because see, a lot of the stuff that the people do is a bunch of BS.
yeah,
They level these complaints. They go run into YouTube and say this, that, and the other thing. And what
yep,
it usually does is it causes YouTube to start looking through your crates. And what
hmm,
YouTube does, because it's happened to me.
yeah,
I don't know what people went and told YouTube, but I guess whatever they were telling YouTube didn't find it. It wasn't justified. So what YouTube does is look through your crates and find some other nonsense to try to
yeah,
penalize you for. That's
yeah,
kind of what they do.
yeah,
People accuse you of something. YouTube looks through your stuff. It's not
yeah,
true. But while they're in there, they're like, "Oh, let us find this fucking video from 2000 and freaking 15 and punish him for that one." Because that shit
Right.
has happened to me too, where they like,
Yeah.
"Oh, we're removing this video." I look at them
Yeah.
like, "Damn, that video's from shit. That video's from 2016. Now you're
Yeah.
6 years later, you're removing it."
Well, because the policies and the rules have changed since then, right? So whatever
Yes.
was okay for you to do then is different now, right?
Yes, but see, that's the thing because here lately, right?
Yeah.
Because I've been kind of testing, I've been shit testing YouTube.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And what I've been doing lately is I've been taking some of my old videos that I had up from like 2017 and 2018.
Yeah.
What I've been doing is I've been putting them up, right?
I've seen
Now
them.
when these videos were up, um back in 2017, 2018, they were giving me problems. Now I put those videos up and they don't even
Yeah.
nothing,
Good.
nothing,
Good. Good. That
nothing.
means it's getting better. Actually, I mean, I've been able to get out of every single strike I've gotten besides one.
Mm,
And I've tried 7 times so far. I have another 3 in the chamber, so to speak. I'm trying to figure out which language I need to have them reverse it, because I found through my 5 YouTube channels that consistently get strikes because I hurt the feelings of crazy bitches and they hit that report button. That's how
oh
you
yeah.
get these strikes, right? So I have found through that like if you get out a hate speech strike, like I haven't gotten another one
Mm,
since. Get out of a medical misinformation strike, haven't gotten another one since. So I don't know. I think there's something to being able to get out of it and then them maybe giving you a pass. I mean, I know I'm a chick, so I have more freedom of speech than,
mhm.
say a straight white man who seems to have zero freedom of speech on these YouTube platforms. But that there's a lot of things that some people say that they can get away with that others can't.
Yeah,
So
yeah. They pick and choose. I mean,
yeah,
they knocked one of my videos down the other week.
yeah,
Uh I appealed it. I got it back, and it was a video that had been up for a few weeks. It was the one with Amiri when he came on and he did a challenge. Because everybody comes on here and does a challenge. Like
yeah,
everybody's fucking been on here,
yeah,
and the video was up for weeks, and then out of nowhere they knock it down and say it violated some policy.
yeah,
So of course I appealed it, and they
yeah,
put it back up because they said it didn't.
yeah.
So I don't even know what that was about.
And they
Um,
apologized, right? You got the
yeah,
apology email. Oh, we're
yeah,
sorry. We made a
yeah.
mistake.
I mean, the and it puzzled me because the video that they decided to knock down. I mean, you're talking about Amiri Brown. I mean, he comes here. He
Yeah,
doesn't curse. He doesn't yell. He none of that went on. I mean,
yeah,
when Amiri's here, that's usually one of the probably one of the most measured kind of shows you could possibly have, and
right,
they knocked the shit down.
right.
Like, what the hell, man?
What was the
Like
reason
out of
they gave?
nowhere. They said that it violated. They said that it violated. They said spam. It was spam
Deceptive
and
practices.
deceptive
Yeah,
practices,
yeah,
and they were saying that the video was steering people to another site, which was totally ridiculous.
right,
It
right.
was totally ridiculous. I mean, what they were saying was totally ridiculous. And
Yeah,
of course, it's back up now, so y'all can go check it out. It's
yeah.
called the Amiri Brown challenge. It is back, folks. If you were
Good,
looking for it, it is now back. All right,
good,
it
good.
is back. And check out some of my rewinds, man. I've been putting some good ones up, y'all. I've been putting some good rewinds up, man. Some of my old school stuff, that y'all probably haven't heard in a while. Go check it out, man. It's some good stuff up there, man. Some of my old school stuff, with some new thumbnails. I think the stuff is still relevant. In fact, I'm gonna go ahead and show you good folks what I'm talking about. You know, I got some of the old school stuff back up on the channel. Some blast for the past. You know, I got giving pedos a pass. That kind of
Mm-hmm.
speaks for itself.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, what about the N word is a good one, y'all. That's one
Yeah.
of my that's one of my better rewinds. All right.
Yeah, I like that one.
All right. A cry out for daddy. Now, mind you, now this stuff is circa 2016, 2017. It's
Mm-hmm.
not like I just made these, y'all. I made these like many, many years ago.
Yeah.
So y'all might want to go out there and check them out. Let me see. Did I do another one? Trying to think, trying to think. I think I put another one up. I put another one up. I put another one up. I don't remember what the hell it was though, y'all. I don't remember. But go check out some of the old TPOT rewinds, man. You know, it's old school TPOT from back in the day. Um, back when I was you know, a a freshman, YouTuber, just starting out.
Right.
I was putting this material up. The graphics aren't as good as they are now, but the message is still good. The audio is pretty decent. So go
Yeah.
check them out, man. And the N-word one, I'm really proud of that one, y'all. That was me trying to be poetic on y'all back
Yeah.
then.
I thought it was
Back
great.
then.
I was like, this is actual poetry. Like
you know?
I didn't know there was that many N words.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I was when I first started out doing this YouTube stuff, I mean, I literally was doing it because I like doing it.
Yeah.
It was never about the money. Because when I first started out doing YouTube, I was still doing radio. I was a radio talk show host when I first started.
Yeah.
Um, and I used to manage the radio stations. I mean, everybody who followed me, they've heard the story a million times, but I'm gonna tell it again. Um, I used to manage their social media stuff. And they had a YouTube page and a YouNow page and a Twitter and all this kind of stuff. And I was managing, some of their stuff. So I decided to start, doing some stuff on my own. Um, this was before the days of live streaming. I would
Mm.
just get up here and run my mouth, and then put a little bit of graphics behind it and a little bit of music. And I
Yeah.
just like doing it. And a lot
Yeah.
of times I would do this stuff off the cuff, like it wasn't prepared or nothing. I would just
Yeah.
get on there and start talking,
Yeah.
and that's how it all started because I was a talk show host. So, I mean, I talk
Right.
all the time.
Right.
So I would just take little snippets. Some of this stuff, some of my older stuff is actually snippets from some of my old radio shows. People don't know that. Little 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes of my radio shows I would put up here. I'm going to be doing that. Some of that too. A lot of my old radio shows from back in the day. I'm going to be putting those up as rewinds as well. Y'all can hear some of the conversations that I used to have on the radio because I have a lot of my stuff from my old radio days. So I'll be putting some of that stuff up as well. So yeah,
Mm.
yeah.
So when you did the radio, did you talk about like political issues, social issues? Like what was your show about?
Everything pretty much the way it is now.
Yeah.
Uh Pretty much talked about the same stuff except radio's a lot different. There's a lot more to it.
Yeah.
Because you got an engineer, you got co-hosts, you got I mean, it used to be a bunch of us. I mean, TPOT wasn't always just me. It used to be the Proper the Thought Series Media Group, plural, where it's like a bunch of people,
Right.
it used to be a bunch of people, you
Yeah.
know. Um, but radio's a lot different. More goes into it. I mean, with this, you just turn on your camera and your mic and you stop running your mouth. Um, Radio is different. You got skits to read, you got commercials to read, you got time checks, you got sound checks, you got because you got a digital engineer, you got a producer, you got co-hosts. I had a New York City correspondent. I had, just you interview people for new spots on the radio. I went
Yeah.
through, I don't know how many co-hosts I went through. Like, I mean, it's a lot more to it. It's a lot more
Right.
preparation. A lot more preparation. because you
Right.
have certain things you have to do within a certain amount of time. You have to watch the clock because you only got X amount of minutes for this and X amount of
Right.
minutes for that, and
Right.
it's just totally different. Totally,
Hmm.
it's a little more structured. Well, it's a lot more structured when you're in the radio booth because I mean I can get up here and talk on YouTube for 99 hours and no one's going to say anything. Radio is different. Certain scripts have to be read, certain sponsorship things have to be read. You have
Hmm.
to do station identification every 30 minutes, every 45 minutes. All that stuff comes into it. I
Yeah.
mean, but I did it for a while. I mean, I was a natural.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I was a natural at it. I liked it, and I did it for a while. I did it for a while. In fact, I'm going to get back into it. I mean, I'm not leaving media together altogether, folks. I'm actually getting back into radio. That is
Okay.
actually the plan.
Yeah.
That's the plan. You know, fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed, folks. Fingers crossed. That's the plan. I'm gonna go back into radio because I have
Hmm.
the equipment to do it. I mean,
Yeah.
I have the equipment to do it. Um, it's just that when I stopped doing the radio, because the guy who owned the radio station, he eventually moved to another
Yeah.
state. So that was like the end of the radio station. Um, but I've always wanted to get back into it.
Yeah.
I've always wanted to get back into it. I'm in talks with a few people about doing it because I want to do a real live radio station and I'm going to be bringing people into it. Um, I'm
So
already talking to people who play music and all that kind of stuff. So it's going to
yeah.
be a thing. It's not just going to be just me. It's going to
Yeah.
be me and other people.
Yeah.
So, and
Yeah. It's something that's become so much more popular than mainstream media are, long form discussions,
yes,
podcasts, like
yes,
listening to two people have a dialogue, it's interesting.
yes.
Um, so will your radio show be accessible through like I mean, what for the people that don't listen to the radio, that say they rely on apps and
Well,
stuff? Will you be able to
yeah,
catch
yeah.
it on?
Oh, yeah. It's going to be online. It probably won't be a terrestrial radio station because, see, the thing with terrestrial, because the radio station that I worked for was an online radio station. And
Okay.
see, if it's online radio station, you don't have to answer to the FCC. Uh, the terrestrial radio stations, you have to answer to the FCC. Certain things you can't say.
Oh, okay.
The profanity,
Yeah,
certain
yeah, yeah,
words, certain this, certain that.
yeah.
Um, if it's an online radio station, a digital radio station online, you can pretty much do what you do up here. You
Okay.
know,
Yeah.
um, the only thing that you really have to be worried about is your sponsors,
Right.
um, because certain sponsors won't sponsor people who talk about certain things.
Right.
So there's that consideration that has to be made.
Yeah.
When you're talking about sponsorship,
Yeah.
um, there is that. That's the only thing you really have to be concerned about, because certain sponsors will be like, well, we don't want you, we don't want you to be on here. We're not going to sponsor you because you talk about this, or
Right.
you talk about that, or
Yeah.
and they'll pull their sponsorship.
Yeah.
That's the only thing you really have to worry about if it's an online radio station.
Right.
So I mean, and I've been through it before. I know how it works. I've seen it all before. Dealing with sponsorship and all that kind of crap. So I know what I can do and what I can't do. And I also know what I'm prepared to do. I'm not
Yeah.
going to be ran, and I'm not going to be bullied just
Yeah.
because you're right. Just because you're writing a radio station a check. All right, because
Right.
you can take your check and shove it up your ass.
Yeah.
You think
Yeah.
you're
Yeah.
going to be bullying the radio
Yep.
station.
Yeah.
Yeah, you take shove it up your ass. So I
Yeah.
mean, anybody who decides to sponsor our radio station will have to understand that it is going to be free form. All
Yeah.
right, it's going to be free form. It's going to be free flowing, and you're not going to be able to handcuff us,
Yeah.
with your money,
Yeah.
because you're paying for a commercial spot. You're not going to handcuff us. Not
Yeah.
going to happen. Now, I'm not going to let that happen.
Yeah.
So, maybe our sponsorship will be,
Hmm.
infinitesimal because of that. I don't know, but that's okay too. Because I
Yeah.
say again, you're not going to shut us up
Yeah.
just because
Good.
you write us a check.
Yeah.
All right. The hell out
Good.
of here. You can take your damn check and shove it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where I'm at because that's how it's going to be ran. It's not going to be much different than this. Trust me. It's going to
Yeah.
be pretty much similar. Only difference is you won't just be hearing my ass. You'll be hearing music and other people will be on there, um, thinking about having a new segment or two. That's going to
Mm.
be the only different thing. I mean,
Yeah.
you're gonna hear X saying his same shit for the most part, same stuff. It's
Yeah.
just that you won't just be hearing me. You'll be hearing me and other people, and then we'll have. Because I want it to be like a 24-hour thing. If I can't make it 24 hours, I at least want to be. I at least want it to be 120 hours. Okay, I at
Wait.
least want it to run Monday through Friday, nonstop, if I can.
Okay. So people can tune it at any time.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
And there'll be
So
certain time slots for things, like X amount of time it'll be music. This
yeah.
time it'll be jazz. This time it'll be R&B. This
Right.
time it'll be news. Wednesdays and Thursday nights it'll be X. Friday nights it'll be somebody else. Like that, like that. That's how I want it to be.
So will it be saved though, so people can view it later? Because I mean, I'm technologically fucking retarded, Xavier. There's a lot of things you already said that I don't even know what it means. But I'm thinking about like the time and the bandwidth it takes to store these things. Will they be saved?
Well, some of it will, but
Okay.
if you're running it 24 hours,
Right.
because a lot of that stuff will run on a loop. A lot of that stuff will be running on a loop.
Okay.
Like station identification, certain news segments. Of course, we're gonna have some live stuff. I mean, I'll be live on there most of the time. Times that I don't feel like talking to nobody, I'm just gonna
Yeah.
stick in, one of my old shows and
Right.
let people
Right. Right.
listen to that. And I'm pretty sure the people that are down with me, they'll be doing the same thing. Sometimes it'll be a live DJ playing music.
Yeah.
Sometimes it'll be one of his damn 3 hour, 4 hour mixes on a hard drive. It all depends. If he
Yeah.
can't make it that night, he send me the information on his hard drive. I'll run that for 4 hours. It's
Yeah.
the the details still need to be worked out, but
Yeah.
they're slowly but surely coming into fruition. All
Yeah.
right,
That sounds
because I
exciting though.
because I wanted to jump off by the end of this year, top of next year. So I mean
Yeah.
that's the direction that I'm headed in. So, and like
Well,
I
that's
said,
exciting.
if I can't run it for 24 hours, I at least want it to run for 120 hours, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So like I
Yeah.
said, Monday it'll be music and maybe some news. Tuesday, maybe a brother, some music, and maybe somebody else. Wednesdays,
Ah.
music, and then at night it'll be me, either live or tape. Thursday it'll be me, either live or
Yeah.
tape. Then Friday it'll be music or DJ or.
So are you gonna have like, because you said you're not giving up the YouTube thing completely? Are you gonna put clips from that on here? So
Yeah. And
in
I'll be
case,
s- and I'll be
yeah.
s- I let freaking Supreme, my boy Supreme, I let him freaking talk me into this. He's like, "Oh, X, oh man, you need a simulcast, sometimes." So, I'll be
Yeah.
simulcasted on YouTube sometimes.
Yeah.
Um, I wasn't going to, but my boy convinced, "Oh, X, man, you gotta do it, man. Don't do that, don't." So, yeah, I got
Yeah.
talked into that. So I'll be yeah, I'll be simulcasting sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes I'll be simulcasting, some of my shows. I'll be live on the radio and,
Yeah.
I'll be live on YouTube at the same time. So we'll
So
see how it goes.
are you gonna still have conversations like this for this
Oh,
channel, or okay?
absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. I mean, the radio station isn't going to be much different than what you hear now. The only
Yeah.
difference is there's going to be other people on it besides me.
Yeah.
Uh Other things, like I said, news,
Yeah.
uh, other people. I want to get a couple people in there playing some music, you
Yeah.
know, get some people in there playing some music because I wanted to run for 120 hours at least.
Yeah.
I want
Yeah.
it to be live Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, nonstop. So you'll always be able to listen to TPOT radio and something will be on, whether it's music, whether it's a brother up there talking, whether it's an interview,
Yeah.
whether it's some R&B, whether it's a debate, a brother live, or me live, or me tape. You tune in Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Mm.
TPOT radio will be on. That's what I want. That's what I'm trying to do.
Wow. It
24
sounds
hours.
it sounds exciting. So will you be able to get people like from YouTube maybe to join your thing for those
Well,
conversations?
well, if anybody is interested, I
Yeah.
mean, they know what to do.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
If you're interested, you know what to do.
Yeah.
Because see, the email will be the same.
Okay. Yeah.
The email is the same if you're interested. The
Yeah.
email is prophet of thought at
Yeah.
yahoo.com. That's prophet of thought, one word,
Yeah.
no caps, at yahoo.com. I mean, it's not immediate. Like I said, end of the year, top of next year. That's
Yeah.
kind of what we're shooting for. That's kind of the time frame I'm shooting for. Um, a few details here and there has to be worked out, of course.
Yeah.
Uh, but that's what we're shooting for. That's what we're shooting for as it stands right now. And like I said, I'll be simulcasting from time to time,
Good.
and I'll be on I'll be on other people's channels from time to time. It's not like people are gonna leave me alone and
Right.
allow
Let
me
you
to just
retire.
stay off of YouTube forever because a
Right.
lot of these brothers have my phone number. Oh, X man, come on, you gotta come on.
Right.
They know they can easily talk me into shit. So
Yeah.
that why do you think I'm freaking simulcasting? Listen to that damn Supreme. Ah, man, so talk me right into that shit. So
I mean, he's very persuasive in his
oh yeah.
arguments.
Oh yeah, that's my dude. That's my dude, man.
Yeah.
Shit, he could talk me into all kinds of shit. Trust me. He could
Yeah.
talk me into a bunch of shit. Cause I was like, nah, man, we're not doing that. Oh, come on, X man. Oh, come on. So yes, I
Yeah.
guess we'll be simulcasting that from time to time. I've
Okay.
already I've already gave my word that I was gonna do it. So now I have to. Yeah,
Okay.
now I freaking have to. Yeah, got have to do it now. But other than that, I mean
That's exciting.
that's where we're going. That's where we're going. Like I said, end of the year,
Yeah.
top of next year is what we're shooting for. Um, yeah, we're shooting for live 24 hours, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So
Sweet.
look out for it. Right before launch, we'll probably put some type of commercial or something up on YouTube so everybody will know where to go.
Yeah.
Um, what to hit. We'll do some call-in shows from time to time, because I can do those now because I have phone lines. I mean, I just don't do it. I
Yeah.
mean, I just don't. I just don't do it. I have phone lines. I mean,
Yeah.
I have this. I still have my same phone line account that I had when I was doing radio. I still have it. Still have it. I could do a call in show right now because I
Hmm.
have the hookups. I have soundboards and everything. I have
Yeah.
phone mics and all of that. I mean, I do it depending on who's on.
Right.
Um, and believe it or not, I might even do a few call in shows down the road. Um, I might do a few shows down the road, do some call-in shows. I'm going to be mixing it up. I'm going to be doing all kinds of shit these next 3 to 4 months. Be doing
Good.
all kinds of shit, all
Good.
kinds of stuff. Y'all are
Good.
going to see, man. Some stuff you'll like, some stuff you'll hate. But guess what? X doesn't give a shit. But
Right.
yeah,
Right.
I'm gonna mix it up, man. I'm really gonna mix it up this year.
Yeah.
And you might see some people on here that'll shock and amaze you. You'll wonder how I got them here. A
Good.
lot of the people,
Good. Good.
a lot of the people that you'll see, you're gonna wonder. You're gonna be like, "Damn, X knows that person."
Yeah. Well, and there's a couple people that I have. I mean, I know I've talked to you about it in the past. That I think you guys would just have such great conversation. Because you know what? In our culture war, Xavier, there's a big black-white divide for
Mhm.
some strange reason,
Yeah, I
and
know.
it's getting in the way of me abolishing feminism because
Mhm.
it's these feminists that are propagating this. That they're actually pushing them in to fight each other while they're
Mm.
stabbing them in the back. So I'm gonna need the men to stop with the divide stuff because the majority of stuff, Xavier, that is happening that all the men talk about, all of them from every bubble on the internet, from academia to politics to, I mean, dog training. I
Mhm.
mean, all the men are on the same page on like 95% of the stuff, but they spend the majority of the time arguing over that last 5% and blaming
Yeah.
that because the social justice folks are like pointing at that saying, oh, that's the problem.
Yeah.
Ignore all this over here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can agree. I can agree with that.
Yeah.
And I'll and I will be entertaining a lot of different things that I normally wouldn't.
Yeah.
Um, but some of the old rules still stay. I mean, people people that I don't deal with. I'm not going to start dealing with them.
Mm.
Um,
See, I
people
don't
that
I
I
don't know who you don't deal with. So maybe it would be helpful for me if if I knew who those
well,
people
there's
were in
believe it
case
or not, it's
eh,
not that many. It's not
okay.
that many people. It's not that
Yeah.
because see, I never really say I never, yeah, right. Lemon pepper, old mama Wednesdays.
Yeah.
Yeah, be some
Yeah.
shit like that. It's good because I'm never gonna stop talking about that. It's not like if I
Good.
go to radio, I'm gonna stop talking about that. Are you kidding me? That
Yeah.
will continue to be a staple place of TPOT, whether I'm
Yeah.
on the radio or not. I mean, trust me, it doesn't matter. I mean, because believe it or not, when I was in radio, I talked about this a lot too. I talked about it a lot on radio as well. So um there's not a lot of people that I truly can say I don't like. There's only one person on YouTube that I
Hmm.
ever said I don't like.
Yeah.
One person.
Okay.
Um and I've never said I don't like them per se. I just don't like their material.
Okay.
Uh and everyone knows who that person is. I'm not going to name him. He's the only person that I like can say I don't like. I don't even say that about people that I've had problems with in the past. I mean,
Right.
because I just don't deal with them. I
Right.
mean, I'm indifferent. It's not like or dislike. I'm indifferent to them. So, you know, because I'm not one to get on here, and talk a whole bunch of crap about people and try to roast you all night, and
Yeah.
that's not my style. I
Yeah.
mean, you get on my fucking nerve now. I'll let you have it. I mean, make
Right.
no mistake. A lot of people make the mistake. They think I'm some fucking soft target, but I'm
Right.
not. Far
Right.
from it.
Right.
Far from it. But what I
Yeah.
try to do is I try to give everybody, all right, a baseline of respect until you fuck around and use that baseline of respect that I give you, you try to use that against me. Now you done fucked up.
Right.
Now you done fucked up. Because like I said, I mean, I don't go out of my way to disrespect people. I don't go out of my way, to, you know, uh, uh talk shit about people. I mean, I do a lot of generalizing. I talk in general about a lot of shit.
Yeah.
But one thing I don't do is I don't personalize things. I mean, you don't hear me call out people's names on my channel all that often and say, "Oh, this person does X, Y, and Z," because that's not my style.
Right.
That's not my style. I mean, it's just not. Number one, I'm too old for that kind of shit. Number two, I don't have the I don't have the space in my brain to be occupied by what someone else is doing or some other YouTubers. I just don't have the time for it. You
Yeah.
know. So I stay away from that kind of stuff. I always have. I mean, now don't get me wrong. I've had my moments in the past, many, many years ago, where I went full attack mode on people.
Yeah.
I've done it, okay? But I've probably done it out of the 700 and some odd videos I have up here. I've probably done that maybe 4 times.
Yeah.
You can probably find 4 videos out of the 700 and something where I went full attack mode. And the only reason why I went attack mode is because they fucking did something
Yep.
that I didn't like personally to me
Hmm.
or someone that I'm really, really close to.
Right.
But I haven't done that kind of shit in years. Years. Probably you're talking 2017. All right. 2018, the latest, if that far, maybe even 2016. I don't even remember. That's how long ago it was. Because, like I said, that's not my style, and it's never going to be my style.
Yeah.
It's not. I do what I do. Um, I like being up here, chopping it down with people.
Yeah.
I've always did it my way. And I know a lot of people have had problems with that because they thought I should have did it their way. They thought I should have did what they wanted me to do.
Okay.
And they didn't like the way I steered this channel.
Yeah.
They didn't like the people I had on this channel.
Yeah.
They didn't like that this channel didn't talk about the things they wanted talked about.
Right.
Or I didn't talk about things a particular way. I don't
Right.
know.
Right. Sounds like a
But
bunch of smother mother bullshit.
yeah, but that's fine. Because
Yeah.
what they realize is that I dictate what happens up here. I always have, and I always will. And guess what? When I start doing radio, it's going to be the same way. Because anybody who don't like it, the same door they walked in, guess what? You can walk out of it too. You can walk out of it too. So, I mean, that's just how I operate. Um, that's what's best for me.
Yeah.
I have to operate that way. Told you the freedom of association and the freedom of disassociation. I
Yeah.
mean, you have the freedom to associate and disassociate with anyone you want, including me.
Yeah.
If you feel like you want to disassociate from me, that's fine. I get it.
Yeah.
I understand it. Totally. I totally understand it. I get it. It's no problem.
Yeah.
But if you've decided to disassociate with me, do it forever.
Right.
Don't disassociate with me today and be knocking on my fucking door tomorrow. Because if you do, I'm probably going to fucking embarrass you. Because you've already embarrassed yourself by coming back. You've
Right.
already embarrassed yourself, especially if you're
Right.
somewhere talking shit about me. All
Uh-huh.
right? You somewhere talking shit about me. Now you back. You've already embarrassed yourself. So I'm now just going to finish the job. Yeah, I'm going to finish the job. So if you disassociate with me, I get it. Just make sure you fucking do it forever.
Yeah.
But that's all. I'm about to wrap this up. I appreciate you coming on.
Yeah.
I guess soon as Brother Supreme hit me up, I guess we're gonna postpone this
Reschedule.
till whenever.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Just let
I
me
don't
know.
know. I don't know what you look like next week. I guess we'll do something next week, possibly, if you got an opening.
Yeah. I mean, evenings are fine. I don't have anything scheduled so far, so
Let me
you
look what I got going on.
you
See what I got
you still
going on.
couldn't find a feminist to debate me, huh?
Ah, no one wants to. No one wants to. I mean, I don't even know what to do at this point. To be honest, I don't even know what to do at this
I
point.
know. I know you and
I don't know what to
SKC
do.
tried for many,
Yeah,
many
yeah.
months. Many
It's
months.
crazy because me and Brother Supreme, we actually talk about it.
Yeah.
From time to time. We talk about it up here. When I find somebody, I'll let you know. That's all I can say. I mean, And I can't say anything more than that. I mean, when I
Yeah.
find somebody, I'll let you know. I will let you know. You'll be the first one I get in contact with when I find somebody. And it's weird because usually in this type of situation, I would get an email and say, "Oh, I want to challenge this person. I want to."
Yeah.
It hasn't came. That email hasn't came. It,
Yeah.
it it has
Well,
it hasn't arrived.
I
So
think I think your last one where you got your last ridiculous race game,
mhm.
I think it kind of proved what I already suspected. So I don't see it happening. Like if it hasn't happened already, like I don't. I have a hard time believing that these cowards would mature that much and actually follow through with some shit talking that they do, but they don't.
Well, I wish they would. I mean, I want to see that cat fight up here on TPOT. I want to see it. So, come
Yeah.
out of the clouds, folks. Come out of the clouds and let's get this debate going. Let's make it happen. All right, let's make it happen. It'll
I
be it'll be good.
I think I think the last one that turned into a moderated discussion, I think
Mhm.
that kind of set a precedent for a lot of other people maybe not wanting to embarrass themselves like that. So
I guess. I think what I'm going to have to do
yeah,
is I'm going to have to reach out farther. I gotta cast the net a little wider.
yeah,
Um, because the people that kind of move in this circle of influence, they're not gonna do nothing. All they're gonna do is go somewhere else and talk some shit.
yeah,
They're not gonna do anything. So I'm
yeah,
probably gonna have to, I'm gonna have to cast the net wider because I got reach. I got reach outside of this space.
yeah,
I mean, yeah, I have reached outside of this quote unquote sector, if
yeah,
you will.
yeah.
So that's probably what I'm going to have to do. If you really want to get down to a debate, I'm probably going to have to reach outside of this circle of influence, and bring somebody in, which is probably what I'll do. Well, give me like another week or so. I'll find
Yeah,
somebody.
no rush. I'm
I'll
not.
find somebody.
I have everything. I gave myself 2 years to achieve a list of goals for my channel, so I've already achieved them ahead of
Mhm.
schedule. So I have everything I
I'll find
needed.
somebody.
So
I'll
I'm
find somebody. I'll find somebody to square up with you. It probably won't be
okay.
nobody you're familiar with, though. Well,
That's
maybe you
fine.
will. Um, but yeah, I'll find somebody. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
I'll reach out and get somebody and drag them in
I
there.
mean, I prefer conversations. That's what I
Okay.
prefer.
Well,
Um,
we can do that too. We
yeah.
can do that too.
I mean, but if somebody wants to take me on in a competition, a debate, or whatever, I mean, if they can, if they're qualified, if they're able to actually
Nah.
do that and
Ah.
not have it turn into an emotional mouth vomit fest. I mean,
Yeah. Well.
I'm not these crazy bitches fucking therapists.
Yeah.
So
Well, it usually doesn't get too bad. I mean, of course, you're gonna have some knuckleheads because knuckleheads come in both genders. So I
yes,
mean, you got some female knuckleheads out there.
well,
So
yeah. No, the moderated discussion
yeah,
was ridiculous. That was a that, that was a therapy session. That should have been a therapy session for that person. Like
yeah,
that.
I'll get it. I'll get it going. So
Yeah.
what I'm gonna do, because I know I'll probably be talking to Brother Supreme within the next day or two.
Okay.
I'll let you know and see what's good for him, and then I'll hit you up, and y'all can go ahead and do what y'all's gonna do tonight.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right,
Whenever. No
all
rush,
right,
Xavier.
all right. I
Thanks for
appreciate you
having me
coming.
up. And thanks for the
Absolutely.
chat.
Oh yeah. Take it easy.
You too.
Peace.
Peace.
Yeah, man, we're gonna go ahead and wrap it up, man. God damn, man, 3 hours, 14 minutes, and 27 seconds. It goes. And I appreciate that Poseidon MGTOW, that $5 super chat, man. Poseidon MGTOW always supporting this damn channel. God damn it. When you drop coins on this platform, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. Appreciate that, brother Poseidon MGTOW. Yeah, man. I want to try to find somebody, man, because, she's been asking me about somebody to debate her for like a while now. She's been asking me about, X, you got somebody to debate, so I'll find somebody for her to square off with, man. I gotta apologize to y'all, man, for tonight. But Brother Supreme, man, he had like a family emergency, so he had to bounce. But I know he's gonna want to do this again because he did ask me to reschedule. So we'll probably do something, I don't know, the following week. Because actually I have a few more shows this week. So next week is probably gonna be the time to do it. It's gonna be next week. So whenever Brother Supreme hit me up, we'll do it. So look forward to it, y'all. It ain't over. It is not over. But now that we've done doing that, it's time for me to hit y'all in the head with TPOT's programming notes. Yeah. Yeah, it's time for programming notes, man, because we got a few shows coming down the pipe. We have a few shows coming down the goddamn pipe, Negroes. In fact, tomorrow we'll be doing a show, and the show is called Justice versus Vengeance. That's right. Out for justice, out for vengeance. And it's going to be a dark exodus, but it's going to be an open form debate. Because what we're going to be talking about tomorrow is the difference between justice and vengeance. Because y'all know justice, people seek justice for a wrong that was done. They seek justice for a sense of closure for said wrong. But people also seek vengeance for a wrong that is done. And what we're going to be talking about tomorrow is the differences between justice and vengeance. And we're going to talk about what is more appropriate. I know that vengeance is usually more satisfying over the short term. I know justice is more satisfying over the long term. And when we talk about this, we're not just going to be talking about justice and vengeance as it stands now. We're going to be talking about justice and vengeance of people, justice and vengeance on a social scale, a political scale, an economic scale. So make sure you hear tomorrow, man. Tomorrow's going to be good, and it's going to be an open debate. I'm going to be allowing people to come up. We're going to have people come up like right in the beginning. We're not going to draw it out. We're going to have people come right up and have them discuss it, and we're going to try to distinguish the difference between justice and vengeance. And if you have something that you want to talk about justice and vengeance about, make sure you hear, because tomorrow you'll be allowed to come up and talk about it, discuss it, lay it out, make us understand. Tomorrow will be your opportunity, and we're throwing down, man, 9 p.m. Eastern time, right here on the TPOT YouTube page, Negroes know. And then Saturday, Brother Clue will be here and we'll be doing the Clue Challenge. And the challenge is the cult called Black. That's right, because Brother Clue believes that Black is a cult. He believes Black is a cult, y'all. And y'all know when we do the challenges, I let a person come up, they lay down their ideas, they lay down their premise, and whoever wants to come up and challenge it, they're welcome to. And he will be laying down the premise of how Black is a cult. So if you wish to come up here and challenge Brother Clue on the cult of Black, be here Saturday, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on the TPOT YouTube page. You Negroes know. Yeah. So tomorrow, Vengeance versus Justice. Make sure you're here for that one. All right, Negroes? All right. So we're going to go ahead and wrap it up, man. And once again, man, I want to apologize to y'all good folks, man. I know y'all was all geared up, man, for a discussion between Brother Supreme and the good mother. But like I said, my brother, man, he had a family emergency. And me and him, we talk about this all the time. Family comes before all this shit. So he didn't even have to tell me twice. So I'm pretty sure he'll be hitting me up in the next day or two, to reschedule. And you know, we'll reschedule. I'll hit up good mother, and maybe next week. We'll do it next week. I don't know. Um I'm also going to be working on somebody to square off with the good mother so y'all can have a debate. I know y'all want to see her in a debate with somebody. So I'll be doing that as well. So next week may be good, man. We'll see. We shall see. Both. But before I go, I want to say this, man. Oftentimes, we kind of get wrapped up in the minutia of things, right? We get wrapped up in titles. We get wrapped up in infinitesimal things. We get wrapped up in the trivial things. And tonight, when Good Mother came up here, we were talking about, you know, shitty mothers. And I think, and I've always thought that who's raising you matters. That's something that I've always talked about because I truly believe that who's raising you matters, man. Now, of course, there's some notable exceptions out there. Of course, there's people who came from a good home and a good background and a nuclear family, and they still screwed up and went out and robbed liquor stores and smoked heroin laced crack. Of course. And likewise, there's people who were raised by a mother who was a dope addict, drunken whore, and they grow up to be a scientist. They grow up to be a star athlete. They grew up to be a millionaire. But in both of those cases, man, those are outliers. Those are outliers. Who's raising you matters. And if you got some shitty ass, irresponsible ass person raising you, it's going to be hard to grow out of it. And I know people who do. I know a couple brothers who come to this channel. They had shitty mothers. You go to my archives, you'll hear them tell their story. You don't have to listen to me. You go through my archives, you'll hear them tell their stories. They had shitty mothers. But somehow those brothers were able to crawl out of that hole, man, and become something, become somebody. But they too are outliers. They're outliers. A lot of these kids, man, they go through this shit, man, and I play that excerpt of Brother Jack, and he speaks about how many people just survived living with these mothers. They just survived it. They survived it. And I believe that. I know, man. I come to y'all every night telling y'all about another mother who's killed her kid, let her kid starve to death, shot him, stabbed him, burned him, drowned him. How can I not believe it when I'm telling you stories about kids who've been murdered every damn night I come up here? I was telling a good mother tonight, people have accused me of hating mothers and hating my mother and all sorts kind of stuff. That's fine. You can say that all you want. Doesn't change the facts. Doesn't change them damn stories I tell you every night either. Doesn't change that. Doesn't change the hundreds of kids that get murdered. Doesn't change the effects that it has on people. Doesn't change how people grow up and turn into whatever because of the people who quote unquote raised them. Doesn't change any of that. I've said this many, many times before. You can get mad at me all you want, but I'm not the one killing these kids. I'm not the one beating these kids. I'm not the one burning these kids, suffocating these kids, drowning these kids, letting them starve to death. It's not me doing it. It's fine for you to be mad at me. Be mad as you want. What really confuses me, though, is that you're not mad at them. You're not mad at the people who do this to these children. Them you're not mad at. You're not mad at the people who kill them and shoot them and suffocate them and let them die in the middle of the floor. Stab them, chop them into pieces, throw them in the river, bury them. Them you're not mad at. You're mad at me because I talk about it. That's the most confusing thing of all of this. Because for some reason, people are more pissed about someone discussing something that's horrible, that's despicable, that's unthinkable. People are more mad at you discussing it than they are mad at the people who are perpetrating the act.
Right.
That is what perplexes me
Mm-hmm.
more than anything. But that's all.
That's all.
We're gonna go ahead and wrap this up, man. I appreciate everybody coming out tonight, man. As always, you could have spent your Wednesday night anywhere. You decided to spend it here with us. It is appreciated. Once again, like I said, hopefully I will hear something from Brother Supreme in the next few days, and y'all will get to see what you came here for. We'll make it happen, people. I promise. And shout out to the good mother for coming through, even though, she couldn't they couldn't do the moderated discussions, she still decided to come through anyway. So I appreciate her coming through and riding shotgun also. With that, I will leave you good folk with 3 words. You know, like I always do. Open your mind. Peace, folk.
Hours of power.
Debates.
All right, Bobby. Yes, I did say we can talk about it after this. I know you have some complaints about me timing you out on SKC's channel earlier after after he said multiple times, and I don't know if you caught it, if you were paying attention, how long you were there, but he was trying to convey, I mean, he was asking nicely that people not argue, people not fight, people with the name calling. And I don't know if you missed how many trolls I blocked that were literally being shitty purposely to the people on the panel. So I saw that you called a name and I timed you out for it. So we can discuss whether or not it was justified or not. I'm open to that. Ultimate betrayal. Really? That's how you're taking it? I timed you out, Bobby. I didn't block you, by the way. If you want to talk about betrayal, I also said that you lied to Samantha P. And I said, I think it was unintentional. Because you were literally trying to tell her that she's welcomed in this chat, which she is not. I blocked her from this chat because she went all crazy bitch and got upset that I called Celine out for misbehaving on a MGTOW channel, for literally doing the exact same thing that those spaces were created for. So instead of joining the panel and having a conversation like an adult, she wanted to mouth vomit a whole bunch of bullshit in the comment section and come to her defense. So I gave her the opportunity when she was in the chat with her crazy bitchery. I gave her the opportunity. I dropped the link if she wanted to have a discussion about it, and she refused. She just wanted to talk shit in the chat. So I fucking blocked her. So I said I was open to a discussion if she wanted to have that. But she doesn't want to. So no, she's not welcome to take part in the chats anymore here. Okay. Why would I call you ignorant when you're not? See, I think you're a pretty smart dude. I mean, a lie is just relaying something that is not true, right? What do you call that? No, I just blocked her from talking shit in the chat. She's welcome to join the panel and have an actual fucking adult conversation. She doesn't want to do that, though. I mean, she lied to you too, Bobby. I mean, during that conversation when you were, when she was telling you how much she missed your chats and all this stuff, and doing all the fluffy stuff, she lied to you too. So she said what did she say? Let me read it. She said, apparently I did the unholy thing of disagreeing, so I was pushed out. That's actually not fucking true. She did the unholy thing of siding with and making excuses for the misbehavior of a woman, the sisterhood. Taking her feelings she has towards that sweetness, Celine, as she likes to call her, taking that over the environmental situation that they were both in at the time. So, because I said she acted inappropriately in a space that she wasn't even invited to begin with, and did the exact same thing that all these crazy bitches do when they're trying to hold men accountable, she misheard something Hermit said and started acting a fool. So, it was disrespectful as fuck. And I said it wasn't appropriate, period, the end. And she, Samantha P., wanted to run to her defense and make all these excuses and then spout all this essay style bullshit all over the channel. So I'm not interested. Yeah, Ghost. I'll check that book out. Yeah. So, yeah, that was the unholy thing that she did. It's not the disagreeing part. People disagree with me all the time. So, that's not the thing. But she said, not going to be resentful about it. I wasn't entirely shocked. It is what it is. Shrugs. So, let's see. Bobby. Samantha P., it's been a long while. Where you been? Come back to the old GM chats. And Samantha P. said, Master Bobby, I don't think I'm welcome over there. LOL. Which is true. She was trying to tell you something. Like she's not welcome in the chat. She's still welcome to join the panel at any time and have an actual fucking conversation. But that's never going to happen. Miss our chats, though. Nice to see you still out and about. Smiley face. And then Bobby. Samantha P. Back to the original GM chat. Nah, you are welcome. So you didn't listen to her when she said, I don't think I'm welcome over there. You didn't check with me first before you decided to proceed and say, no, you're welcome. And then she responded, Mr. Bobby, I appreciate the welcoming attitude, Bobby. I'm satisfied with the way things are. Hope all has been well for you. Later. So she's satisfied with the way things are. So she has no interest in being a fucking grown-ass human female. So. But, Master Bobby, Sam P, some drama happened I missed. Man. And then she continued. Apparently I did the unholy thing of disagreeing. So I was pushed out. And then Bobby. Samantha P, but seriously, the vibe I got from previous streams is you're welcome. Shit happens, but you've made such a positive mark overall. You're good. Trust me. So, yeah. Well, Bobby, something you probably don't know about Samantha P. She was going to join me back in January for a discussion and then chickened out. And then talks a lot behind the scenes. Pretty much threw everybody in that gulag under the bus. And then got really comfortable here. And got really comfortable with people here. And then started following them all over the MGTOW, the other MGTOW channels. Now, there were many times I went and asked her, when I found her on various different channels during streams, when I could tell she was being an attention-seeking, validation-seeking, little smother mother, whatever. I asked her if she would join me to sort out some crazy bitch business, and she did. And so, now, I think this channel was more of a gateway for some other stuff. So, I'm pretty satisfied with the way things are now. I mean, she doesn't mind typing the chat. She talked about having anxiety about joining panels, but then will join Father Saunders' panel when challenged by a man. So, I thought that was weird. So, yeah. Do you want to... Someone who is usually working well in the chat and therefore cannot join a stream might understand this. That said, she's been known to jump to conclusions, but otherwise she's been decent. Oh, yeah, no, she jumps to conclusions. Big time. So. And she thinks she can psychoanalyze me. And she's very much at the heart of that gulag slag group. So those are her people. Okay. It wouldn't have killed you to clarify it regarding Sam with the false accusations of me name calling. I already defended my case, and the other men in the chat, the chat agreed I wasn't name calling. By other men, you mean Cybertoxin, who is super quick to run to your defense? And do his little coddling thing? You know that man is Alice's biggest white knight, right? And he's gone to various different MGTOW channels to cause disruption. He doesn't like that I tell the truth about his little metal mouth bastard factory, who's lying, who literally falsely accused contriver of being a pedophile and also me of being a pedophile, and has been the mouthpiece for that stupid group of lying Jezebels that I've already kicked out of the MGTOW spaces because they were abusive. So, yeah. Cybertoxin is one of a few of the guys in that group that white knight for that crazy bitch. So, yeah. Him and Alice are like twins almost, it seems. They go everywhere together. I don't know if it's Alice following him or him following Alice, but they spent the entire first half of this here thing I just shared talking shit in the stream covertly about me. Like pretty much jerking each other off because they both have this preconceived notion that I fit into some kind of narrative. And that they're trying to prove, they're trying to expose me. They're trying to do all this shit and destroy my reputation and assassinate my character. So this group is also responsible for Texas A&M campus security and a dude from the FBI showing up at my fucking house, Bobby, because of my YouTube channels. Because I allow men the freedom of speech on this platform. I've been accused of harassing women online because I call out their bullshit. And they've been trying to cancel these channels since January. So, well, I took it as name calling because what you said was, should I pull that up? What did you say? Something about MGTOW. Hold on, let me find it.
Make your point, and then
He can have it, Donald Bird. He can have it.
Well,
Here, here's you saying it. Hold on, let me. Yeah. See, when Cyber says, see how free she feels to call other people names and insinuate I follow a woman because I won't follow her. No, it's bullshit. It's because he's literally up her ass 24/7 or vice versa. I don't know. But yes, I will call the metal mouth fucking bastard factory exactly what she is all day long. And he doesn't like it because that totally destroys the gulag's fantasy that a part of their group, this white chick from their group, is a conservative and traditional woman. when she literally is not. So, let's see. See. Mm. All right. It's not there because I timed him out. Okay. Yeah, Paul asked why I timed it out. I said the name calling Paul. I think Bobby missed the part where SKC asked folks to be respectful and not do that. What did he say? Black simps. So that's not even what he said. I did copy and paste it at the time, though. So hold on. See, I see how you said I was referring to the concept of black men blaming white men as this stuff. Never directed it to an individual. Bobby, why was Rusty timed out? What the fuck? Clue even said he was timed out so he could be modded up. What the fuck? Never happened. Enlighten me. And I said, I don't think it was intentional when you did it. She liked you too. She's welcome to the panel for a convo, but not the chat. know I put a copy of it in here. Yeah, right there. This is exactly what you said, Bobby. MGTOW doesn't waste time on racial fights between men. That's some pea shit. So, now I do agree with you. MGTOW doesn't waste time on racial fights between men, but there are, and I did try to explain this to you later, all the groups of men waste time on bullshit ideological fights. This one just so happens to be about race. Other ones, like MGTOW, they fucking waste a lot of time arguing it over what a real MGTOW is. So, all these ideological fights, every single fucking group is guilty of. So, singling out one and not doing the other one, I don't think is reasonable. So, are you saying that is some pea shit? That's not calling a name. Am I wrong about that? Is that not really name calling? Because I'm under the impression it is name calling. I mean, they were having a conversation. See how it says a discussion between MGTOW and SYSBM. So this isn't MGTOW versus SYSBM. This isn't pick a side. This isn't demonize one side, by comparing them to another. This wasn't the conversation that was being had. It's not a debate. It's none of that. So. Hello, Contriver.
By the way, y'all must be thinking, American trial, but y'all don't know that I am a can opener bottom bitch.
Anyways, hold on. I want to settle this with Bobby because
Okay.
I know you were directing it to anybody, which there's quite a few of them that frequent this chat. Anybody who engages in racial fights between men, right? Racial identity indoctrination problems, right? No, it wasn't about offending others, Bobby. And it wasn't about even trying to betray you. It was about you literally called a name after SKC, said on multiple occasions not to do that kind of shit. So I'm not gonna block the gulag slags that came in and were being combative towards the people on the panel. I'm not going to block them and not do the same thing. I mean, I didn't block you, so. What's the name? I don't like even using the word, personally. But right here. Right there. Pussy. That's emasculating, right? So SKC did say he had thick skin. And then after that, he also, after I told Cyber to be careful, that you're young, but you're also smarter than him, he did say that, yeah, young people, what did he say? Something about young people disrespecting older people, and yeah. Anyway, that's what I did. I'm not denying what I did, and I'm telling you why I did it. Say, no, Bobby, you're...
At least you both are being honest about it. Okay?
Good driver.
No, at least you both are being honest about the conversation that we are having right now.
Yeah.
What actually, I shall
Wait.
not say triggered me, but yeah.
How's that not an insult? All right, I guess we can agree to disagree. How about that? You can continue feeling betrayed because I timed you out. For doing the exact thing SKC told everybody in his chat multiple fucking times to not do. So I know you're quick, Bobby, to sort out men, and I know you're not a fan of simps and all that kind of stuff. I do understand that.
Look, we are just mods on his channel, and I think that we have to agree to the host whose channel it is. I think so. It was incumbent upon us to fall in line according to him on his very channel. Here,
Yep.
you are the king because everyone is a mod over here, right? So, I mean, that is all I'm saying.
That voice change was funny.
Yeah. I shall make some morning videos like that blue-haired bitch Catalina Castillo. I should open an OnlyFans account with this one, by the way.
You should. That would be funny. Bobby, you've been gone for a while, and I mean, I told you you've missed out on a lot. So you don't seem to give a shit about any of the things I said to you. You just want me to admit that I'm wrong about something? Yeah, comparing that to a fucking false accusation, I think that's a little disingenuous.
Anyways, I just want to, sorry to interject, but I just wanted to point out this very thing.
Mm-hmm.
The person who was, shaking with fury in the comment section were two people. One of that can opener bottom bitch. The other
Yeah.
one was the Jack Murphy doppelganger.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I could not see the comments all the time, so I revisited, and
Mm-hmm.
I was going through that, and that's it. I mean, when I saw, so if you think the men go their own way this, then how do you think that black men are not going their own way? Since when did you become a spokesman for SYSBM? You are not even black.
Right.
I could understand as someone that, you know, and the key takeaway for me was, since we have been distinct from the very beginning itself, since the inception of our blickety black sort of a thing,
Yeah.
that is why we would build our own manosphere, we would talk about things in our own way, and we would jump to conclusions, just like that snake man when I left the stream was saying that these people are on stage 2 cancer, we are on stage 64, and
Well.
no, no. You are completely wrong because you are not looking at the bigger picture, my friend.
Right. Right. Well,
Yeah,
in
SYSBM could had survived for the last 55 years. Doesn't mean that the demography is not going to die. And if you think that it is going to turn into a matriarchy all across the world, then you are not addressing my concerns as to what would become of the SYSBM 20 years down the line.
no, but he had a lot of good points. He's talking about environment. Like all of you guys had so many good points. But the whole cancer thing, it's like it's like the black community has a certain kind of cancer, and then maybe a different community has a different type of cancer. It's still cancer,
Am
but
I
it's
audible, by
not
the way,
this.
correctly?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. It's
Bandit
still.
was saying something else. So, yeah.
Oh, well, yeah. He does sound far away. It's because he's using a voice changing. Well, you know what, Mr. Bobby? I think being you want to talk about communicate. After Sam told you that she didn't think she was welcome, you didn't come ask me before you kept pushing a narrative that wasn't true. So, anyway, I was actually hoping that Cyber would take you under his wing for a while. I was looking forward to that. for him to be like, oh, here, let's connect. Here, let me send you this privated video that I have that I'm trying to expose GM for what she's really doing. She's not doing all the things she's saying she's doing. This is a personal vendetta that she's doing.
Cybertoxin could have a free reign on channels like Absolute Knowledge, where he tries to contradict every time what I try to say
Yeah, I know.
regarding anything.
Yeah.
Be it saying that the sky is blue and water is wet. He would
Yeah.
still contradict me by saying, no, water is dry and sky is green.
Yeah, well, I saw him go on absolutes just to fucking have a go at you, just to fucking get
Yeah,
under your skin. It's like the
yeah, he could not do. It is just that someone else's platform, so I, had to
hmm
respect as myself as a guest, as well
yeah,
as the host as well, who invited me in the first place. He
yeah,
always gives me the StreamYard's link, and I am never able to attend it, even one.
yeah, yeah.
So that is the thing. So
Well,
I
but
just think, yeah,
he
yeah.
told on himself at the end. He was like, "Oh, I'm sorry if I upset you." And I could tell that he didn't upset you at all, but that was his goal. He wanted to upset you. That's why he was fucking there. To argue with you.
He could go to any channel for I could care less.
Yeah.
If he accuses me of white knighting for you, so could I accuse him for white knighting for that can opener bottom bitch. And he'll give a good reply, by the way.
Should we play
He
his
thought,
should we play his
nah,
serenading
nah, nah,
videos
nah,
when he's singing to her?
nah, nah, no, no, no. It is, look, the thing is, rubbing it in his face doesn't matter because he is then going to say, I'm going to kill myself, all this, halabaloo, penchant for his melodrama. Let him be whatever he does. It is just that I am not one of those persons. And I saw that in the SKC stream as well. It was around 12:30 a.m. I had to sleep. I got up only over 4 hours and I got ready for your stream, which was going to happen on Teapot Media.
Mm-hmm.
So at 5 in the morning, I was totally prepared,
Yeah.
for the stream, and it was supposed to happen at 6:30 in the morning, according to my time zone.
Yeah.
So I was fully prepared, had a cup of coffee in
Mm-hmm.
my in front of my laptop, and I was ready. I didn't know that SKC is, uh, uh, you know, was having some family-related urgency issues.
Yeah.
So I totally understand that. The
Yeah.
family comes first.
All right, Bobby, this is the last time I'm gonna fucking address this because you know what? You're behaving very crazy bitchified right now. So you're not listening. Like I'm having a hard time believing that's actually really you right now. So I explained what I did. You literally called a bunch of dudes in there that behave in the same behavior that you were calling pussies. You literally called them a name. Okay. Now there were some black men in there that agreed with you, yes, for sure. And they don't play that left wing group identity shit, but some of the dudes that were in there do. So bacon.
Changing a tire in the rain.
Makes you
I
stronger.
actually, you know, I actually, you know, was towing my own car by giving it a push for at least 1 kilometer.
What?
Yeah,
Why?
that was years ago, by the way,
Oh.
because the car actually was rattling and the engine stopped actually. And there was, some smoke coming out from the bonnet of the car. That's it. Just a
Yeah, Bandit, for sure. All right, Bobby. Call it what you will. I don't agree. I'm not gonna block a bunch of the crazy bitches that were literally disrespecting the panel and let something like that after you were warned. I'm not gonna let that slide. That would be bias for one. If you can't even here you go, Bandit. I sent you the link. No, I don't think it was exaggerated at all, Bobby. You literally called a name. So you literally did something that SKC asked his chat not to do. So I don't think it was exaggerated at all. I mean, I didn't fucking block you. I timed you out. Because also, if you're not a troll and just there to start shit, and if somebody times you out, you get a fucking wrench. So. Did you not see how many people got blocked and timed out? Were you not paying attention to that? Were you paying attention to every time he kept asking for people in his chat to please behave themselves? Did you miss all that too? Yeah, I'm not going to apologize because guess what? I think if we were to put me and your emotions about this side by side, I think you were acting a lot more emotionally triggered than I did throughout that entire situation. So. Okay. You would have loved for me to give you a formal warning. even though I didn't give any of the other people a warning. SKC warned those people multiple times. Why would I make an exception for you?
Who's driving the car? I think
Hey,
it's
Bandit.
Bandit. Yeah.
Car's off. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, I was just trying to charge my phone as I was in the car. Yeah, I think the chat, no, not the chat, but the discussion between SKC and you guys, I think it was productive, which is, like, it seems like you guys had a lot to agree. You had more to agree on than disagree with. So that was a productive way of looking at it. Of course, you're not going to agree on everything, but at least now it seems like more groups can actually get along more and understand where people are coming from. I know there's nuances between each group, but I just wanted to talk about one thing real quick and then I'll pop down again. But that video that at the end where they're talking about in the 80s how the community changed from being about families to single motherhood and everything.
Mm-hmm.
To me, it became one of those, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Did the feminist mother be entitled to become to not want the father and just be empowered, or was it the POA father that didn't spend any time with their daughters that made the daughters hate men, and now they
Right.
became basically the end result decision of what
Yeah.
happened in the 80s, in the 70s and
Yeah.
80s?
That's
I
that.
don't know the answer to that.
Bandit,
What?
Bandit, Bandit. That's where we're at. That's where
Yeah.
we've been. Both sides are blaming it on each other.
Yeah.
So the solution to that is both sides need to take accountability. That's why I'm like, okay, I'm a woman. It's the woman's fault. Here's everything, the reasons why it's the women's fault. And the men, there's men on the other side doing it that too. Like you guys all the time are like, no, it's the simps. No, it's the,
I don't.
it's
I
those
don't think the
guys.
simps are the biggest problem. I think it's the
Right.
POAs, because that was clear example of what the devastation of what a POA can do to a family, and how you to the result of women. I mean, how could you not come out of that saying, I understand why women hate their fathers, and now they're going to blame the next generation because they see that their fathers as a collective weren't around. So, like I have a son and a daughter. Okay, so
Yeah.
I have a unique perspective. I can see how not having one and not having the other, how they react to different situations. Okay,
Right.
not saying it's anecdotal. I understand that, but I can see what would happen if a father wasn't in a daughter's life and how she would resent all men because of that. I also understand how a feminist mother not wanting to stay with the father for the better of the child can also spew hatred because she has the sole ownership of the kid and can just spew your father was a piece of shit kind of stuff over a lifetime, and now she resents the father too. So I'm not taking blame behind both, but at least that video kind of explained where the situation is, and it, like you said, and you nailed it right, it's all about accountability and responsibility. Like,
Mm-hmm.
if you have a kid with somebody, there's a reason why they call it a shotgun wedding. Like, it's
Right.
not about you anymore, it's about
Right.
the kid.
Right.
And I think people don't understand in general, like, if you're gonna have sex, and especially if you're a dumbass and not have unprotected sex, like, the likelihood of you having a kid is pretty damn high, especially if you're going woman to woman. And another thing they brought up was, like, these kids are seeing that their mothers are getting smashed by different dudes every single night. Like, how irresponsible is that? And I understand that.
Bandit, can you hold on 1 second? This is the last time I'm going to address this, Bobby. Are you done yet? Seriously. Because we're actually trying to have conversations about society, and you're trying to make this entire thing about you. Like, I've already explained myself. I mean, would you like a vote on whether calling another dude a pussy is a name? Should we host a vote on that?
Can I address something as well, real
Yeah,
quick?
sure.
To the goddamn bandit or bacon. Sorry. I would argue that because you are willing to step up and be part of a relationship, you're not a POA. POA is a pickup bar. So your goal is to smash and run. You're not being a POA. That's my grief with the POAs. It's just the smashing and not taking accountability or responsibility for your actions. So if you're willing to take the accountability and responsibility, then to me you're not a POA, because what they were talking about in the chat was the whole goal was eat, sleep, wake up, smash, and then run. That was what they were talking about yesterday, and that's why I'm having a discussion with my view on POA. Now, if we disagree on the different ways of being POAs, we can have that conversation. But I'm just using what they were talking about yesterday. So I hope that clarifies.
Yeah, and actually, the he claims to be an ex PUA,
Okay.
and he was saying earlier that it's not today. It's not what it used to be,
Oh, yeah,
and
I could get that.
yeah. Which I mean, I understand the PUA. That whole movement was a bunch of men in our society trying to use psychology to meet some biological imperative type needs in an ever-changing society where feminism is fucking it up for men. So it's
Yeah,
going to devolve. Our society is going to devolve. So
yeah, and I understand that. I'm just saying, like, how we can use this whole SYM situation as a giant cautionary tale, because I think it could happen to any community, to be honest with you. It doesn't matter. It could be white, Indian, it doesn't matter. I think we should really look at doesn't matter who, the father or the mother not taking accountability. And if that happens en masse, it doesn't matter what race you are, it's going to destroy bondings between men and women in the next generation. So we should really look at this as
yeah,
a giant cautionary tale, because
right,
it can happen to anybody.
right.
Now, I mean, the problem is, how do we fix it in the next, how, without having a solid mother and a father, which I agree with, how do you fix it so the next generation takes accountability and responsibility for their actions? Because that seems to be lost. So the problem with not having a father or mother in life, you can't pass down it's the values, principles, ethics, morals, and all that fun stuff. It's like, I would argue that's way more important than any, your last name. Like, when they're talking about like having one child left behind, like a one child policy and all that stuff, I would argue it's more important passing down what you believe in to the next generation and why it's important than your last name, because you're that kind of impact is what actually gets passed on and what actually matters with
See,
life decisions to the next generation. It's
but
not about it's not about your genetics, because you could go in and help out. You could be a mentor, like in, say, MGTOW. You could be a mentor to somebody and be that person that matters in that kid's life, and you have a lot better impact on that person's life and what they pass on to their kids, if they decide to have any,
right,
than just your last name or your DNA. Like,
yeah,
what you instill in somebody is way more important than biology, because for a fact that's getting passed down to the next generation. And the key thing that people don't realize, if you don't pass that down, it's going to take multi generations to relearn that through trial and error. So
yeah,
it's like one of those things, once it's lost, it is really, really tough to gain back. And if you do gain it back, it's normally external forces that are beyond your control that gave you that knowledge back. Excuse me, give you that knowledge back. And I think the only way you really can fix that, if you want to instill old school values again, is what they were asking about, is you'd have to have people either mentoring them, or they're going to have to learn it from another culture. which
Right. Right.
makes things really challenging. Because at that point, like I was saying yesterday with the chat, they have a unique opportunity because they have no culture that went down to them. It's a blessing, and it's a sin at the same time. It's a blessing because they have no old school mentality saying you have to do it this way, always do it this way, this is what your life's going to be. You have a blank slate. You can create whatever values or culture that you want the Black community to stand for, which is a blessing, because you don't have to, you're not curtailed to anybody's morals or ethics. You guys get to make your own, which is a great blessing. However, because you have not, everything is fractured, so you have to talk together as a community, decide what you're going to stand for, and then you can build your own culture from there, which is a unique opportunity that a lot of people wish they would have. So I'm just looking at the silver linings. If you, even though they've been, butchered in a sense culturally, they get to decide what culture they want to take, which is a great opportunity for them. Because I know a lot of people that are Orthodox and their kids are like cursing them off all the time because they don't
Right.
like the culture.
Right.
Okay. However, the culture is what certain other people want their kids to have. So
Right.
it's like a unique opportunity. And I think they're not looking at it at the sense that it's an opportunity that they could to make their own culture, which is huge. Because you're basically going to be what what their kids and their grandkids and their great grandkids are going to look at, because you're the one that basically going to rewrite the culture for the whole community, which is
Yeah.
huge.
Yeah, but who do they have to get on that side? They have to get the women. And the women aren't going to agree to that as long as they have the majority of the white feminists fucking backing up the Black women's shitty fucking behavior.
Well,
Like when you say it's the PUA, you want to blame the PUA.
no,
Ultimately,
I
yeah,
think
no, but
it's both people.
I know, but ultimately, the gatekeepers of sex are women. So I get the whole PUA stance. Okay, let's make them feel better, so we can get in their pants type of thing. But women should be. I mean, I know the women like to blame the men for this shit, but women should be, and they are the actual deciding factor of that. A man can try as much as he wants. If a woman doesn't want to, she's not going to. So that's how the PUAs, we'll call it, have added to this whole Me Too date rape culture, because they're the ones that are actually victimized in that situation, because fundamentally these women wanted to. They wouldn't fucking
I know.
sleep with them unless they wanted to, but that's their out. They blame the men. So
And I would argue unfairly.
Okay.
Real quick, and I'll just finish.
Yeah.
I'll finish this and drop down. Excuse me.
yeah,
The only thing I would argue is women as a whole, except for minor exceptions to people that realize it, aren't being held and will never be held with accountability and responsibility. That's solely going to fall on men, because it's proven throughout history that the only one people that have to be responsible and accountable is men. So I'm saying it's not fair, and it's not, but it is what it is at this point. Like throughout history, it's proven men have to be accountable and responsible, because they have to be the leader, or they have to be accountable for who they're responsible for. So because of that, like, I know it sucks, but the blame and everything else is still going to fall onto the men. Even if it's still not the man's fault, society is still going to blame the men. And because of that, the only way things are going to really change is the laws are going to have to change, because the laws are the ones that are preventing men from being men. If the laws change, everything else changes. It reverts back. It's the laws that are a problem. And the problem is, who has the power in society? I would argue it's the women, because the women make up the majority of the population. So the only thing you can really force, the only thing that would change is women would have to join the military and be like men and be weeded out just like the men are, and then that would bring you back into equal footing again. Realistically, that's why women have control, because men die faster than women do. So the only way to get things back to normal is it's got to be equal playing field. Because if you had women frontline soldiers just like men frontline soldiers and they died at the same rate, it would be 50-50 again, and then the laws would change. Because it's like I say all the time, it's all about demographics and percentages. I mean, you can't fake math. It's all about getting that 51%. So if women make up 55% of the people, it's the laws. The laws are good or the best that were yesterday. Every day from this point on, the laws are just going to get worse. So how you fix that is you have to equal the playing field. So,
Okay,
that's all I
I
wanted to say.
want to
I'll let
actually
you guys go.
address. Yeah,
Okay.
I actually want to come into this
Well,
conversation. Actually,
okay, hold on.
yeah.
Are you dropping down, Bandit? I know you only said you had 20 minutes.
Yeah, I got to work. I mean, I know a lot of people aren't going to agree with what I say. It's just an observation that I saw. So
No.
that's
I
okay.
mean, you have a lot of good points. I mean, we'll add it to the pile of good good stuff that we gotta, organize at some point.
Hmm.
Right?
Yeah, yeah, and I'm not
Yeah.
just blaming just the men. The women are equally as blame as this. It's just like
No,
I try
they're
to
more
follow
to blame.
history because
I know.
history shows that only men can be accountable, and it's proven that way. I mean, you go everything from text to way society was ever run. It always seems men were always accountable for the women. So,
Yeah, I know.
all right, guys, I will
Well,
listen in the chat. I got to work.
all right, Bandit. Thank you.
All right, see you.
Thanks. Bye. What I'm trying to say is this: PUA actually came up after the second wave of feminism when contraceptive pill was actually invented and developed, and uh, result thereafter resulting in women become the chooser instead of being the choosee in a physical relationship or an intimate relationship with a man. So for the first time, men had to maneuver to find a woman in that regard. So this is where it comes from. So I'm just saying, ultimately, what Bandit is saying is right, that ultimately accountability is on men. But
Hmm.
then someone would argue, well, why give them the rights since they have been given since 1919 in the first place? Because the problem of feminism predates back to women getting the right to vote. So the thing is, I would say this: these people who try to portray themselves as conservatives, not saying about Bandit because he legitimately is a conservative, I totally understand that. These feminists who have been usurped, who have actually usurped the conservative label or the progressive of the world, and they are doing the backseat driving as to they are setting the agenda. Now, how many times, Godmother, I know that you also might have observed this, that people always say now, even among the quote unquote God country family loving people, that second and first wave feminism were actually necessary. It was a necessary evil,
Mm-mm.
isn't it? I mean, I'm not saying about your circle or anything, but from the milk toast side of conservatives,
Yeah,
they have actually
people. Yeah,
digested it.
yeah, because they
So
won't throw the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak, and fucking acknowledge that from the beginning of time that feminists were literally just emotionally and mentally abusive fucking domestic terrorists that want to destroy families. Like, it's a sex cult. Feminism is a sex cult. So, and it was started by radical man hating lesbians. And that's it. First wave, fuck first wave. No. All of the waves suck. it got worse and worse as these cult leaders, we'll call them, were allowed to jump from university to university, from country to country, and spread this fucking bullshit, this fear mongering bullshit that indoctrinates young women into believing men are the enemy. No, fuck that. Let's
Yeah.
throw the baby out with
No,
the
no, no.
bathwater.
Exactly.
I'm
But
grumpy.
the thing
I'm
is,
contriver. I'm grumpy.
yeah,
But
I'm just saying,
yeah,
that the people who are
yeah,
supposed to be quote unquote our people, right?
yeah.
They
I,
have
I
also
don't.
been taken on a ride for agreeing with this very narrative.
Yeah.
So the people, since everyone on both sides have digested this very narrative, they have imbued this narrative, and now the new harvest is coming on, agreeing on women's rights in the first place. Then
Mm-hmm.
how do you expect, for example, that survey that I was talking about, that there was a survey done among men, and they said, do you agree that women have actually less rights, more rights, or have the perfect amount of rights that is necessary? A survey was done among men, by the way. No woman was involved. 40% of men said that women have less rights. 44% of men actually, 44 was it? Or 48, I don't, oh no, actually sorry, 44%, 44, no, 48% I think it was, or something like that. So uh, 44% or 40% of men said that women have actually less rights, and these are men, by the way, the one with the XY chromosomes. 44% of men actually said that women have the perfect amount of rights. And yeah, hello, check, mic check, mic check.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, okay. So I'm saying in that survey, let us find that survey as well while we are on at it. Uh, in that survey, this were just men, not any woman, by the way, not a single one. And in that survey, it was proposed that do women have less rights than a man? Do women have the perfect amount of rights, or do women have more rights than a man? And these are all men, by the way, with XY chromosomes.
Mm-hmm.
40 percent or something more or less percent of men said that women have less rights than a man, and these are men, by the way, lest we forget. 44% of men actually said that women have the perfect amount of rights. Only 12% of men said that women have more rights than a man. So the subversion has been done to such a level that even within the conservative circles of the world, the tea parties of the world, they actually believe in this very notion, and they have imbued this within their community in general,
Mm-hmm.
that it is okay to have a lesbian pastor for your lesbian wedding in a church.
Right. Right.
Yeah, so this is the level that we have come to.
Yep.
The conservative community in general,
Yeah.
despite their conservative boards and everything, has actually, agreed after the Supreme Court diktat, turning the Godfather's dictum on themselves, that okay, same-sex marriage is okay since the Supreme Court said that. How could it be okay? I don't believe it to be the case. And
me,
if it is
me
okay,
neither.
a- and even if it is, even if you pass a law regarding the, and the progressives all this use as a quote unquote living constitution model, so that they could make changes according to their whims and fancies in the old constitution, which was literally a book. And they give the reference of Old Testament and New Testament in general. So I'm just saying they take the cues from that. uh, if that is the case, then what is the likewise, in the advent of that, I was very happy to hear that in Reuters, you know uh, magazine, that Utah State Senate, which generally consists of Mormons, have passed a law declaring that polygamy amongst mutually consenting adults is permissible. And they passed a unanimous resolution through the Utah State Senate. I
Hmm.
was so happy about it that at least someone actually was showing the cojones. Alongside Texas, when the very same thing happened, the state of Texas and some local constituency in Texas actually stopped issuing marriage license or giving the certificate. They were saying if same-sex marriage could be passed, we are not even going to issue the certificate. Raging Golden Eagle.
Yeah, you shared it in the Discord. I haven't played it yet.
Yeah, yeah. It is on mute, by the way.
I know. I was just pulling it up.
Yeah. No, please play, please play.
Play it.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask Bullets if he wanted to come up for this because it has to do with Texas, and we're both in Texas. Texas goes
Oh, yeah.
nuclear on ESG and bans activist banks.
Activist banks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, Actually, since the Infowars and Alex Jones advent, and as to what happened with him from Austin, Texas, uh, banks who have our own money have
Right.
cancelled the accounts of some people. So I
Right.
think
Right.
that, yeah.
Actually, that's what Kelly told me when I had that conversation. You know that when I uploaded with one
Yeah.
of my clients, I asked him because I
Yeah.
asked him about the chronic situation because I'm like, how in the hell can PayPal fucking get somebody's work email without that you never give them? And he said it's the banks that are fucking doing that shit. So
Okay.
is that what this has to do with?
Yes, I would tell you
Okay.
how. And even from before that,
Yeah.
let us take the example of someone who is more insidious and infamous than anyone else, Alex Jones.
Yeah.
PayPal, demonetized his account, held 3 million or $5 million from him. It is still in the PayPal account. It is just that they have blocked it. Now the banks, I was seeing that in 2020 as well, right there in Canada. Bridgewater, you call any bank over there, private banks, they were
Right.
going gaga with this very, they were taken seriously. They were taken on a rights that, the banks have to go woke. And any activist would demand you to actually give up on your PayPal account, and they can withhold money from you which is legitimately yours, given to
Right.
you via
Right.
donations by other people willingly,
Right. Right.
voluntarily. So that was the case, and this actually started with Alex Jones back in 2017, if I'm not mistaken. So
Mm-hmm.
PayPal, Patreon started, withholding money from them, and when Heaven's Wrath came for Alex Jones, as we all know, 2 billion, 3 billion views, 5 billion views of his videos were taken down from YouTube and everywhere else. He had to develop his own app and this, that, and the other, the whole 9 yards. I was there. I actually came to know that the banks have started getting influenced by people who were calling in the banks, and they were saying that, hey, listen, if you want business, drop this man, and that's it. Because he had some money in Canadian banks as well. Because people were sending donations from all across the world, including Canada. So that was the case. And this is what I'm saying from 2017, 5 years from 5 years ago. This whole thing started,
Okay.
and it slowly and steadily percolated into even the reddest of the states like Ohio, Atlanta, or uh, some places like Texas, Florida, and that was the straw that broke the camel's back. And PayPal actually, went to such an extent that they started demonetizing pawn stars. Now, when that happened, oh boy, that is where OnlyFans was launched. Because porn is a multi-billion dollar industry, trillion dollar
Right.
industry, if I would
Right.
say. And so they had to develop their own payment processor via OnlyFans. And that's it. So I think if you people want, even if let us just take for example this app they launched, the social media app called Parlor, the conservative.
Yeah. I'm so, you
Why
know what?
would
I'm
you? Yeah,
I'm so
why would you?
oh,
Why
I'm
would
so
you
sick
give
of all
your?
these different apps. Like talking
Yeah,
to Xavier earlier, and he's talking about how he's gonna start doing radio. All I could think of was like, fuck, am I gonna have to like download another app to listen to?
hold on.
Okay. I just I'm tired though. And grumpy. Mm. Oh, no, it's fine, Contriver. I'll play this. Well, unless you want to be here for that. Actually, you know what? I'll play PBD. Damn it, I forgot timestamp I left on that. PBD. You know what? This also has to do with, this was such a good discussion. I'm a big fan of John Anderson. But now I can't even think of the damn timestamp. I'll just fish for it.
Means I can bring up anything from the past. So maybe he had a point. We need to learn to recognize that none of us are perfect, and a little bit of forgiveness goes a long way.
Now, that doesn't mean you go live a reckless life. That doesn't mean you go live since I'm going to be forgiven, I'm just going to go be super reckless and do whatever I want to do and do whoever I want to do.
Right here.
But no. But who said that? I'm asking you. Is this your opinion or is this what others are saying?
Well, look at his favorability ratings. They tumbled towards the end of his presidency.
I'm asking you a question logically. Explain to me why trickle down.
I was 7 years old at the time, so I can't go into in depth about Ronald Reagan.
But then that's the problem. Then the problem is we keep repeating what we're being told without questioning what we're being told and we're being a little lazy.
So let's go to the Trump tax cuts. Let's talk recent memory then.
Okay.
Sure. The problem with Republicans today is that they stood for the party of low taxes, lower the deficit, balance the budget.
Okay.
Here comes Trump. We've added trillions onto the deficit because of Trump. Yes, there were some tax cuts. They favored the wealthy. That's great.
But
I'm not in favor.
The whole story.
I'm not in favor of more taxes, but it's not like that worked out well for the balanced.
Like for example, what's this lady's name? Jean-Pierre. What's her last name?
Karine
Jean-Pierre. She's like, yeah, let's look at what the prior administration did. The prior administration locked down kids from going to school. She's saying this with a straight face yesterday.
Right?
I'm listening to him like, wait. Who locked down? Who locked down kids from going to school? What the hell are you talking about? And then but wait a minute. And then you have Biden gets up and Biden says, we don't believe in defunding the police. How can Republicans not protect the police and the FBI? What are you talking about? Year and a half ago, you're talking about defunding the police may be a good idea. So it's so much gaslighting that people are just going, yeah, that's exactly what it is. The $200 billion, what do you call it? A program that they came out with for the kids, the rescue plan that they came out with, $200 billion. Yeah, $200 billion, fantastic rescue plan. That's what we did. We're trying to help these kids. Only 12% was spent. There's the other $170 billion, $180 billion is sitting in the account doing nothing. Only 12% was like, you really care about this stuff? So if you go back and think basic principles, policies, taxes, if we keep just repeating what other people say, trickle-down economics didn't work. And then we say, yeah, trickle-down economics didn't work. Tell me why it didn't work.
Well, tell me why it worked.
No. Since you brought it up, you got to defend yourself. I don't need to. You made the argument. I didn't bring up trickle-down economics. You brought it up. So tell me, defend why it didn't work. Tell us.
Listen, I'm not going to start defending or
but what you're putting.
Okay, how about this? Yeah. Would you agree that in the nomenclature out there, trickle-down economics didn't work?
No,
that's something
I disagree. I disagree.
I disagree with you. I feel like that is the thing that people talk about.
But I can give my argument. You need to give your argument.
Okay, then I'll admit that I don't have a nuanced approach to this other than the fact that I know that it, quote unquote, didn't work.
Yeah.
Like, for example, might be a controversial
How
topic.
do you know?
I wasn't around during civil rights. I wasn't around during slavery. But I'm going to go on the record that stuff didn't work well. I didn't have to be there in order to describe it.
Couple of observations from the other side of the pond about the Reagan years. It came in after Carter, when the American economy was on its knees. By the time he left, the American economy was much stronger. More significantly, what was the slogan? It's morning in America again. You had the collapse of communism. The wall came down. Mr. Gorbachev, tear down that wall. And the wall came down. And actually, that lies in some ways at the part of the problem. I think we went to sleep. We thought democracy's won out. And democracy seemed to be on the march. So I would say that, there's a plus side there. And in relation to Trump, pre-COVID, it's worth noting.
But that's not economics. It is part of it, but it's socioeconomics.
No, hang on. I would argue that the sheer strength of the American economy, which the Russians couldn't match, was the undoing of that autocratic regime and its collapse. It was the strength of this economy. That's pretty powerful. That's a massive blow for freedom.
People are standing.
And in relation to the Trump views, but until COVID started, what you actually saw, because this country, this incredibly wealthy country, every time I come here, I'm reminded of it. The magnificent buildings and anyway, I could go on and on. But you'd had flatlining real wages. Living standards had only been rising because people had gone deeper and deeper into debt. You can chart all that out. That was starting to reverse. You had high levels of employment and real wages were starting to rise again in this country. Now, I don't know where you go post-COVID and in terms of the policies of the current administration, but to be fair to the Trump era, you could chart all of that out. more people had jobs, and real wages were starting to rise again.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's a big thing in an age where, I'll tell you what really worries me now is the astonishing concentration of wealth in the Western world, but particularly in your country. Astonishing accumulation of wealth in fewer and fewer hands. You got the tech squillionaires who now have enormous influence over government policy, while many Americans are saying, hang on, we've gone back to these days of declining living standards, really falling real wages. We've got the same problem in Australia. You're not unique. And that really worries me economically and socially. And I don't think you can actually separate the two.
Got it. The
That's just a perspective from the other side of the pond.
That's great, but you're making the parallel between Australia and America. Is basically Australia a mirror of what's going on in the States?
I think it's common to all Western countries. And I really despair at the lack of focus on repairing budgets. We could face a serious global food problem, particularly if the Iranian situation's, they're starting to export grain at the moment.
You're saying the Ukrainian or
Ukrainian?
Okay,
yeah,
got
Ukrainian, because Russia and Ukraine are major wheat traders.
I think
Post-communism,
Ukraine
they
is the
learned how to
number one
produce
wheat
again.
country exporter in the world, I want to say.
Number 5.
Okay,
Australia's number
top
6.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
China, believe it or not, is a very big exporter. It's funny how the world works out. But the point is that I don't know how many, the next crop might be a different matter. They mightn't be able to say. But we may face a global food security issue of very big proportions. That will be another international shock. How are countries going to cope? I've just been to a conference in Canberra, which I chaired, where we were talking about this, because most economies are so deeply indebted. And no one's talking about putting some shots back in the locker. No one's talking about budget repair. No one's grappling meaningfully with saying, we are going to wipe our kids off the face of the earth if we don't do something to get our economies back in order. And if there'll be another pandemic. We won't, we haven't got the resources to help with it in the way that we did in the past. And you Americans, thankfully, are investing heavily in the Ukrainian situation. You're putting a lot of stuff in there.
I think that's a good thing for us to continually just throw billions at Ukraine.
It's inconceivable. We let the other side walk all over Ukraine. That will be so dangerous for global stability and peace. It'll be terrible.
So you are an advocate that America does get involved and even more involved in what's going on in Ukraine.
I don't want to tell you how to do it.
No, but really you have an opinion.
But you're putting a lot of resources in, and I admire that determination. And the West has shown it's still some unity. That must be sending a clear signal to Beijing. We do still have some strong beliefs in freedom and democracy, and what have you. But it's costing us.
Mm-hmm.
It's costing a lot. Then you've got Germany, of course. It's still pumping because of bad policy, I would say, more money into the Russian economy than it is into assisting the Ukrainians to stand that on.
Why? Because it needs its gas?
Yeah. Well, they've set up a very blind policy. They were unrealistic. This is one of the great problems: naivety. We didn't stand up when the Chinese started taking over those islands. We didn't stand up in the Middle East, red lines, all that stuff. Oh, they're nice guys. They'll come to their senses. Yeah, well, that's what they said about Adolf Hitler. There's some people who only understand strength and resolution. And I want to say, I actually think the Americans, again, have led on this.
Mm-hmm.
They're putting up the bulk of the resorts. The Brits have been good. We've done our bit. We actually really have. We've stepped up a long way away, but we've tried. We're putting stuff in there. These things really matter.
I don't know. I'm not sure I'm fully convinced sending money to Ukraine is a good idea.
Yeah, me too.
And I think maybe they don't have a choice right now that they have to do that. But I think there was a different way of handling that situation, because all it's doing is you're unifying Iran, Ukraine, and Iran, Russia, and China. And the closer they get and they unify against U.S., U.S. is in trouble if they do that. A lot of people are in trouble if they do that. So, and Ukraine is... he's done a great job, become this heroic figure, but at the same time, not comfortable with all of it.
You're saying Zelensky?
I'm not comfortable with all of it. I understand Ben Stiller thinks he's the hero or whatever, but I'm just not comfortable with it. It's like, hey, this is not enough. You need to send us more money. Hey, this is not enough. I'm just not comfortable with that. It makes me very uncomfortable with the way.
Yeah, very uncomfortable. Are you back, Contriver? I never know when to stop that when I share it, because all right, what are you guys saying? Well, what is this? Oh my
Yeah,
god,
I'm
not
saying.
me. I'm going to stop. Too much is being lost in the chat. Hold on. They could not have
Yeah,
picked
then
a worse leftist than. Are you talking about Adam? Adam actually admitted not too long ago that he missed Trump. No, Adam drives me nuts, man. I mean, if he's representing the left, it's like,
he's one of the sane liberals.
I know. Oh, he had TDS. Bad. And he's been on this podcast going on two. How long has this been?
1 year or
No. No. It started
6 months.
during. No. It started during the lockdown.
Oh yeah. So literally 6 months or so, roughly.
No. It's been. It has been. Yeah, July 2020.
Okay, so 1 year.
I was. No, 2 years.
Okay.
Almost. Well, no, it's past July. Fuck. It's September.
So
My brain's
literally 2 years. Yeah.
literally 2 years. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Crazy. This is my favorite podcast, by the way.
Oh yeah, it sure is.
Anyway, yeah, Adam. He's a lost cause.
I mean, these people actually have shifted the overtone window in such a
Right.
way that, even JF Kennedy would look like a conservative today. That is the paradox that we live in.
Yeah.
Yeah, Raging Golden Eagle.
All right, you ready for this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Texas bans 10 banks and 348 investment funds over fossil fuel policies. Good. They're finally fighting back. These guys want to go full ESG? Fine. We're going to fight back. The Texas is banning 10 large banks and 348 investment funds for allegedly boycotting fossil fuel-based energy companies critical to the state's economy. A move critics say could cost taxpayers in low-star states hundreds of millions annually in higher interest costs. Yeah, you see the spin right away.
Right.
This is how they trap you. See,
Right.
This is the same fucking tactic that Walmart uses, that everyone calls it out when Walmart uses it. How Walmart enters a community, they sell things at rock bottom prices to drive all their competition out of business. And then once all their competition is gone, they start jacking up the price again. Yes. Texas is going to end up having to pay a lot more money in the short term. But if they don't do this, if they don't fight back against these social terrorists,
Yes,
they're going to
see?
lose everything in the long term. But this is how these fuckers operate. They know most people can't say no to saving a few bucks. And ultimately, that's going to be your downfall if you fall for this.
Yeah.
Now, the state's blacklist released August 24th follows West Virginia's decision in July to ban 5 banks for the same reason. Such actions come as some Republican-led states are cracking down on corporate social and environmental policies the states perceive to be politically driven. The banks that Texas put on notice earlier this year went to great lengths to show that they are, in fact, investing tens of millions in fossil fuel industry, but some failed to convince the state. Texas and West Virginia have now banned BlackRock, the world's largest asset manager, from doing business with the state. Oh, that's good. Well, imagine, what happens if they already owned assets in the state, though? Yeah, Texas' exclusion list of so-called Annex 1 companies includes a bunch of companies. Yeah, you can see the list if you care. The large pension funds, such as the Teacher Retirement System of Texas, will now be required to divest from companies and funds in the list, and as will a multi-billion-dollar public school fund. Good. Don't let them trick you. Like it's like a fish falling for the fucking bait. Like, oh, look at this. I was just minding my own business, swimming along, and this nice juicy worm just happens to be floating right in front of my face. Well, I'd have to be a fool to pass this up. The vibrant Texas oil and gas industry is stabilizing force in today's economic and geopolitical environment. Texas Comptroller Glenn Hagar said in a statement, "My greatest concern is the false narrative that has been created by the environmental crusaders in Washington, D.C. and Wall Street that our economy can completely transition away from fossil fuels when, in fact, it'll be part of our everyday life for the foreseeable future." The Texas crackdown came on the heels of Florida's August 23rd decision to bar the state's $186 billion pension fund from considering ESG factors in investment decisions. Other Republican-led states are expected to follow suit. Now, this, funny enough, the reason these ESG funds have so much money is because people they hate keep giving them money.
Right.
If all like 30-ish red states decided to cut these fuckers off, that would hurt them a lot. The loan costs soared. Hey, you know what, guys? Use this as an opportunity to get your shit together. Try living your life with less debt. Some things are unavoidable, like, for example, car payments, mortgages. But outside of those, try to avoid debt. Steve Rothstein, managing director of Ceres Accelerator for Sustainable Capital Markets, said such state efforts are escalating in part because of the groundswell of investors demanding change. For example, currently amongst one head of the UN Climate Change Conference in Glasgow, Scotland, investors managing $52 trillion in assets urge nations to phase out coal, and many institutional investors have pledged to gradually reduce their carbon footprints. And that's why they're starting to get banned everywhere. Because these states rightly see that these rich fart sniffers are throwing their money around to get their way. And most of their money, oddly enough, comes from poor people like us. And, it's our pension funds. It's our retirement funds. It's our 401ks that are being given to these fuckers. If we stop giving them our money, they will have nothing. So the market is speaking, and there are some states that want to put their thumb on the market. Rothstein said in an interview. No. You can't say the market is speaking when it's a few rich activist investors that are pushing it.
Right.
Go fuck yourself with that shit. Now, Texas taxpayers, unfortunately, have a burden of hundreds of billions of dollars based on that decision. That is a small price to pay compared to how much they'll have to pay in the long run if they don't do this now. So a July study from the University of Pennsylvania's Warren School estimated that municipalities and other public entities in Texas pay between $303 and $532 million more in interest on the $32 billion they borrowed during the first 8 months of the anti-ESG laws Texas enacted current year -1 took effect, and some large banks had to cease bond underwriting. Have you considered not taking out more debt?
Right?
Is that even a fucking option anymore in current year? You realize you don't have to take out loans, like unless it's you fucking depend on it for your survival. No, now this I will say it's a side effect of our centrally planned economy. Unless it is constantly and exponentially growing, it's basically going to crash. So we no longer can we have companies and organizations that grow to a sustainable level and stay there. They always have to keep growing. They always have to have record growth. Right. It's not enough to reach sustainability. Now, you always got to have more and more and more and more until you fly too close to the sun. And we know how that worked out for Icarus.
His other videos are also fun, by the way.
Yeah.
Have you subscribed?
I like him.
Yeah. Have you subscribed to him? He is a fellow brother of ours. He's
Yeah. SCE actually dropped a link to him the other night, and I hadn't heard of him before. So
yeah, I'm saying that I have talked to him a lot, on
Yeah,
multiple
good.
occasions. He used to stream with TFM and others
Good.
during that point. So
I
he's one of those very few who
yeah,
made a comics for people like us, our own community,
yeah.
and he was the first one. Now there are people who are, shall I say, starting to get into it via selling their own comics on the fourth season called Hardly Heroes. Okay, so they are also from the community. Just saying, if someone wants to check out, and they are not, come and go sort of a thing. Thank you, come again. They are on their fourth season, and they are going to, persevere even more.
Do you have a link to it?
Anyone? I mean, you could just Google Hardly Heroes comics, and they would come up like of four adventurers, Dungeons and Dragons sort of a thing. So people would like it. There are mages, there are knights, there are assassins, and everything. Just like the comics which everyone likes today, like Solo Leveling, Legend of the Northern Blade. These are some of the comics which I like as well. That is why I have got into manga and anime rather than watching movies. I
Yeah.
just listen to podcasts like Joe Rogan, Lex Friedman, that tinfoil hat, and all these guys. And because even if two people are talking to each other, like we both are talking to each other, people would try to at least have some observation or try to get some of the cues regarding anything.
Yeah.
And that model has actually still not yet backfired. So I
Still
love it.
not yet. Backfire?
I mean, in terms of cancel culture, among other things.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha, gotcha. Gotcha, gotcha.
So hardly
Uh-oh.
heroes is the thing. Yeah.
Hold on.
What happened?
Hold on.
What happened?
This is breaking news. We should contact Rogish. He is the what did he say he was? He was the speaker. No, he was the leader of the Nigerians.
Oh yes. Nigerians.
The Nigerians. Yeah. Somebody let Rogish know, because he speaks for the Nigerians.
So I'm being a Sinophile here, even though I hate the Chinese Communist Party a lot. But actually, they are providing, yeah, they are actually providing us with good entertainment regarding manga, cartoon,
Yeah.
and animation
Yeah.
right now, as of now.
Yeah.
Including South Korea. And people need to check out Solo Leveling, as some of the people actually know. So, the Legend of the Northern Blade, if you could see, such magic emperor, and he's also a MGTOW, from where I got this name actually, unwanted contriver.
Yeah. The goddamn bacon. Is that how you spell it? Because the way he said it, he said Nigerians. So I spelled it N-A-J or Nagerians. I couldn't find anything online about it. So I just kept finding Nigerian stuff. But he literally, I mean, this is one of these black cult members that we have here in the US. Apparently he lives in fucking Dallas. Leonard kind of called him out. pretty good. But yeah, the Nigerians. I don't even know if I'm allowed to say that. So. It's not a thing. It's another fantasy. So. Okay, Trevor, I am tired. I need to go.
Yeah, you should take a sleep.
Unless you want to continue this, you take it over.
No. I also have something to do, and father is actually not feeling well.
Yeah.
So I
Sorry to hear
prepared
that.
him tea, very
Yeah.
good tea. So I mean, I have to attend to my parents. Actually, went to hospital today for
Uh-oh.
some checkup, and
Wait, hospital for checkup?
my father's blood pressure was 170.
Ooh.
So
Over what?
yeah, so 180 to 120 is the normal blood pressure. High blood pressure is 120. Low blood pressure is 80. That is the range. And my
Yeah.
father had high blood pressure of
Over what?
170.
Because there's two numbers.
Yeah, so I mean 90 and
170
120.
over what though?
170 over 120.
Over 120. Damn. Yeah.
So that was pretty high, and that is why I just think it would not be feasible for me. I would even, I don't know if even I would be able to, uh, shall I say, stream this Saturday because family
Yeah.
problems. So that is why I'm sticking, to our schedule at least, so that
Yeah.
nobody thinks that I'm not streaming this very Saturday because, hey, family problems. So I
Oh,
cannot help it.
yeah, no, I get it. I was gonna ask, do you want me to stream that MGTOW SYSBM convo onto your channel? I saved it on mine, or the multiple other ones. Do you want it on yours?
Oh yeah, nah, it's fine. It's fine.
No. Okay.
But my content, I mean, my content would purely be for MGTOW because regardless of what people say, self-sustenance becomes a paramount responsibility for anyone. People are, trying to say we have lived that lifestyle. You are on stage 2 cancer while we are on 64. I think that they are trying to, look down on us in a way. I'm not saying SKC, but Snake Man was doing that a lot. And since it was someone else's platform, I actually said, okay, fine, you might have your view just like I have my view. And I'm not trying to, proselytize you into something. So, I mean, but at least give us some due credibility that we are speaking up for all men, including you, in that regard.
Yeah.
So, can we have some sort of a common ground or something?
Right.
And I only went there to understand as to what is SYSBM. I did not know. I didn't want to know his story or anything because he already had done that with that MDX chap who literally coined the term SYSBM,
Right.
and he had been making videos since 2014. It is on SKC's channel. It is fine. I just wanted to, learn from him, but eventually it it became a little bit,
Yeah. It would have been. It
shall
would
I
have been
say,
better if it was just the two of you. Like as soon as the
yeah,
fourth
yeah,
person, like I mean, Frank being there, he was just kind of. He was
chilling.
just the face, yeah, just chilling, and then just adding
Yeah,
another person. I was just like, man, this conversation's not gonna like it's not gonna
and it
go.
turned into something else. Yeah,
Yeah.
because the thing is, and still the fact remains that even though family positions, the biggest claim or the biggest key takeaway for me was that SYSBM thinks that they have been through stage 64 cancer a lot. So that is why
Right.
familial positions, from their standpoint, what they are saying is that civilization is not coming to an end. While as we are saying is it could, because if you see the European origin demography dying out, what makes you think that other demographies would not die out? Because we are having less children than usual and we are not marrying enough.
Right.
So, in the advent of that very realization, which hopefully they do, they are actually trying to, bypass that or completely, and at least that is my surmise. No qualms about it. What I'm saying is they want to survive themselves. They want to live their moment, regardless of what people think,
Right.
regardless of what communities think, and they just want to be left alone. I totally respect that, because that is just us minus the women and children at that, and they lived happily ever after dream. What we are
Yeah.
saying is, where you are going into those rice paddy fields and settling down with a native woman over there and having children and playing house for the next 20 years, are you sure that when you would become a senior citizen 25 to 30 years later, as to not, this shall not be the case over there in that part of the world?
Right.
I mean,
Right. I know.
if you are quite oblivious to the fact, then you are sadly mistaken.
I know. I
But
know.
the thing is, for them, the answer is, at least what I got was from the Snake Man chap, was that we are just living in our moment as of now. We will cross the bridge when it comes.
Right. I
So that
know.
was the key takeaway from me.
Yeah, and
I
that's
said,
exactly
okay,
it.
man.
That's
Okay, we
exactly
are the
what.
native people. We are telling you, we are the Cassandras right now.
Yeah. Well, and that's exactly what me and my ex spent the entire night. Like, we sat there and literally spent the entire night talking shit about people in the spaces. Like, I mean, it was great because all the things that he vented about, like, we're about fucking specific people that we all know goddamn well who they are. Like,
Oh yeah, sure.
so, and that's the same mentality almost. It's like, yeah, maybe it's not the eat, sleep, fight, bust mentality, but it's still very selfish. Like, you're not even thinking about your kid's future at this point. Like,
Exactly.
it's just another level of irresponsibility. I'll just call it.
Just like I said, people do pension fund planning, insurance planning,
Right.
and retirement planning for themselves.
Yeah.
Are you doing some sort of forecasting regarding the changing dynamics in those parts of the world where you, are attuned
Planning
to
on settling?
presently?
Yeah.
No, not planning on settling, where you are actually attuned to even today. I mean, be it Latin America, be it some European country, Eastern Europe, they still have to abide by the United Nations. If they don't, then what is the use? Even Russia abides by the United Nations. So, if the UN has their own agenda of sustainable development goals, goal number
I know.
5,
Mhm.
so are you not going to contest that, given the
Right.
fact that you could have the leverage of getting the audacity which other people, especially the quote unquote straight white man, cannot have?
Right. Well, you know what though, Contriver, I need to get better about and actually Sunkiss reminded me of this the other night. And then I reminded her of it in the chat when she's trying to understand where Snowman was coming from in SKC's chat. I just like a reminder, like that you're not qualified. You can't. Like, I was trying to wrap my mind around fucking Alice, this fucking bottom of the barrel, can't even understand English. Trying to wrap my mind around how to better understand her, and I don't have the ability to do it.
Well, you have to, you have to lose some brain cells to do that.
Right. I need to
Yeah.
smash my head into a wall and
And
yeah.
slow down your motor functions.
Right.
There should be some sort of cognitive dissonance within you, and
And
then you are good as Alice.
No. And then I would have to start not caring about and being responsible for others and be completely fucking self-centered. But in order to do that, I would need to find, like, I was literally going through this in my mind, what it would take for me to have that kind of fucking mentality. I'm like, that's a lot of sacrifice. I don't think I can do that. Yeah. And you know what? It's just well, like trying to explain fucking calculus to a preschooler.
Yes, that is the case.
Waste of fucking time. So
why you would like to do that anyways?
Exactly. I'm like, well, because this preschooler is running at you and being like, explain calculus. Tell me what calculus is.
You don't
Teach
have
me
the
calculus.
you don't have the mental aptitude, darling.
Yeah, I know.
You need to first of all learn how to divide, subtract, add or multiply. Then you could move on to integers and algebra, and then you could move on to trigonometry, and ultimately move on to integration and disintegration of the calculus.
Right. Yeah. No. Yeah. Pseudo, check it out. I need something to listen to while I work in the yard. While I pond.
Anyways, mother, end the stream. You need to sleep
Okay.
as well.
Yeah.
Okay. So, adios, guys. Thank you for sticking through the stream. It is 5 hours 27 minutes now, and everyone has to sleep. Guys, bye. Good night. Good night.
Good night, Trevor. Thank you for joining me for this.
Shall I end broadcast?
No, I'm gonna wait for Pseudo to drop that link.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Pseudoscientist, if you are listening, please, drop the link if you could, sir.
Oh yeah,
Citations needed.
Yeah, he went to go find it. Yeah, Bennett.
I think you have what is my observation. Meanwhile, I'm saying to you honestly,
Yeah.
since you had watched that documentary Men Going Their Own Way, you have actually internalized and digested it fully. You have watched it so with so much concentration that you actually now know better than a man as to what men go through. It is just my honest observation. Just I'm telling you.
No, seriously, there wasn't
No.
a lot in that documentary that I hadn't already heard out of the mouths of many, many people that came to this channel. I mean, there was a couple people that I hadn't seen before, but they're all saying the same fucking thing. Like,
yeah, but that was quite reassuring that you being a woman yourself, was
Yeah.
actually able to, listen with 150% concentration, and you were actually able to decipher all that knowledge which was given to us, which we actually lost,
Really?
which we actually, yeah, yeah, I'm just being honest. Look, I don't like to pally up to people,
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah.
I don't like to be a lackey of other people.
Yeah.
Neither you, by the way. What I am saying is my honest observation, which I have seen for a while, is that you might be going through, an epiphany or some internal, introspection within yourself, and you would be coming to conclusions because now your whole mindset or your thinking, the thinking segment, has transitioned or transcended to actually think more like a man rather than a woman.
Come on now. I
Or is it, or it could be a factor that you were born this way.
no. I don't know. I'm a
No, whatever it
scorpion
is,
with a
what,
frog brain, right? Is that what that's called?
yeah,
No,
yeah,
no, my brain, because I've taken all that personality tests, and there's this one. It's like,
yeah.
are you more left brain or more right brain? It was like 51%. I scored on the more logic side. I mean, I'm pretty balanced. I'm not.
Okay, so Bandit, I think, has given the link.
Yeah, for Barnes and Noble. Okay, I'll copy paste it. I'll do that
Okay.
because I don't read books, and I think pseudoscience
Oh,
does
I
that.
read books. I would find it interesting. I would
No,
find it.
I don't sit and read books. I need an audio. So
No, I would give
I
you a brief summary in my audio.
see that's perfect. That's perfect. I
See,
prefer stories. I prefer I don't have
instance,
the
I would give you a brief summary,
yeah. Okay.
of the entire gist of the article, or the, advocacy that has been advanced through this very article.
Okay.
So, since we have
Okay.
that, shall we end the stream
Yes, we shall.
with your
We
permission?
shall.
Okay.
Yeah. Good night, Bandit. Good night,
I'm
Pseudo.
ending the, yeah. Good night, guys. Thanks, Q, for staying with us
Bullets.
so late.
Oh, bye, bullets.
Bye, Mr. Bullets. Take care. Keep making good content. You are doing great.
Yeah. See you later, goddamn bacon.
Ending. Okay. See you guys. Thank you. Bye. Ending the broadcast. 3,
Okay.
2, 1.